Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Trackmania channel here for even more Trackmania esports. If you are just coming off of the fantastic first day of TMGL, welcome. It is Hunted and Leach here in the booth to bring you the first regional of the new season here for the NCSA region. And like I said, my name is Hunted. Joining me today will be Leachy. And Leachy, man, it's a long time coming. We've been waiting for this moment for a long time, and I know that there's a lot of great NA talent and South American talent, Central American talent as well. That's really excited to make a showcase today.
Yes, yeah. The North America, specifically the U.S., has surpassed what was it? It surpassed France in terms of the largest player-based nationality. So the NA in general, a very kind of, not really up and coming anymore because it has surpassed the biggest EU country in terms of how many players they had playing the game. So not a slouch anymore when it comes to membership. NA and NCSA, I should say, is here to play. So
it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough. We'll see it. Well, chat, I'm going to need you to keep me on task the entire time. Really good players that we're going to see all throughout this weekend and throughout all the regionals throughout the rest of the season. And Hunted, I'm sure you are. I'm super excited for them to finally get an exciting opportunity to showcase what they're capable of.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's a lot to play for, right? Opportunity to potentially challenge for a spot at the World Championship, which is something that is new to a lot of players. Didn't have an opportunity really to do that in the past. And now with this new format, especially with the 2v2 format and everything, it's definitely an opportunity, again, for a lot of NCSA players who we're going to showcase here today. Obviously, it is just day one, and I'm not entirely sure exactly the number of teams we had sign up. I believe it's somewhere around 20, maybe a little bit over that. And we have to whittle our way down to the top 8, which we will see play out tomorrow. If you are kind of new to the format and you don't know really how it works, there is the Wikipedia page to check out the bracket on the day. That is getting constantly updated as we go throughout the day today. It is a double elimination format today, so you lose once, you're not necessarily out. Does take a little bit more of an effort to qualify for tomorrow, but like I said, ultimately it's going to be the top 8 teams. They will qualify into a single elimination bracket tomorrow. We will have that here on your screens. I believe it should be the same time, 4 o'clock Eastern. Here in NA, so make sure you're following the channel for that. But I know that things are getting sorted on the back end. Not quite sure of what the matchups we have. If you've looked at the bracket, I know that you have, Leachy. There's quite a number of Air rosters. We were debating if Air stands for anything. I don't know if it does, if it's just a cool name, but we're actually going to see 2 of them in our first matchup here. It's going to be Air Black versus Air Aqua if this server is correct, which I believe it is.
Yes, I believe so. We're going from NCSA regional to it's really like the Air and Friends regional. There are how many? There are, as far as the Wikipedia page is concerned, there are 7 rosters all representing Air, and these 2, as you mentioned, Air Aqua and Air Black. As far as we can tell, whatchamacallit, as far as we can tell from the people that have made it into the lobby so far, it is going to be those 2 teams. But we have a lot of other teams represented as well. We have 100% Canadians going with the fantastic roster of Tankrom and Zetins. Those guys will be really a strong one to watch out for. There is, I think, what a lot of people's favorite is going into this, Mr. Hunted, is the team of Neil and Nixotica, Damascus Gaming. Those guys are definitely ones to keep an eye on. I think probably most people's safe bet to make it through to day 2, probably to make it all the way. I don't want to call it super early because there are a lot of super high quality players and teams showing up this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, certainly can't exclude the Evo roster as well. CD and Don't Care playing here today with one another. I believe Nova's roster, it's Nova and Jandro, if I remember right, they announced not too long ago. I don't know how long ago they formed that roster. But then you also have the Halcyon rosters as well. And again, you can see all of these rosters on the Liquipedia page. It is being updated as we play today. So, obviously give people time to put all of that through. But, outside of just NA players, which I wouldn't say all of, just this Air Black roster, for instance, is a South American team made up of Kyle A26, and I believe it's Vale, I think is how you would say that. It's a Brazilian player and an Argentinian. So, again, there is representation across all of the Americas for the NCSA region, which is a little bit different, I think, for a lot of us in traditional esports, but it makes sense with Trackmania, right? And there's a lot of good, very good Central and South American players as well, outside of just the Americans and the Canadians.
100% hunted. We are we're debating some people, and we are throwing ourselves right into a match. I will give you some time to get going with that one, but it is actually going to be Air Blue versus Dragon's Flare. We were having some issues getting the players to show up to the bracket, so that's fine. We figured we would just give you some entertainment right off of the bat. So here we are. Indeed, Air Blue 9-0 versus Dragon's Flare. A very, very good opening start here on parkour. The easy version of parkour as well. That said, for your typical Trackmania player, not exactly easy in any stretch of the imagination. Intimacy and Draconic Sword representing Dragon's Flare currently getting swept against Air Blue, which is represented by Rookie and Kemper TM. They're coming up to the identity right now. Kemper taps on the wall. This is going to be... Who is this going to be? Rookie versus Intimacy. Draconic Sword is all the way up
Intimacy.
there. Barely gets up there. Intimacy, man, it's one of those situations we saw this. Kemper is finally the person to cross the finish line first. And Rookie comes through for the snipe. Air Blue sweeps their way through this opening round. Apologies for the craziness here. It's one of those early bracket matches where there's definitely going to be a lot of kind of heavy-handed situations going into it, where you kind of need some time to sort through the chaff. So Air Blue definitely the winners there and the clear favorites in parkour. Let's see which map is next. We were not privy to the map pick and ban process, but we will see what we are greeted with on the other side of this loading screen.
Oh, it's back and forth. So there you go.
Hey.
So, unfortunately, kind of tough entry coming into this matchup. We picked the one server where not everybody was quite ready to go at the start. So we are into back and forth, and it does, Air Blue obviously with a 12-0 sweep in that first round. On one of the more difficult maps in parkour, at least, for me playing through those maps, I think the identity of parkour definitely gave me more trouble than some of the other identities, and it looks like Air Blue going to kick things off here with a pretty sizable lead on their opponents. Intimacy really the only player with a chance to try to catch up, but he will slam into that far wall. And this should be pretty much an easy sweep here. Now, again, if you are coming from the Grand League, after all the hype of the opening day, first day of Grand League, it was certainly a lot of fun to watch. The maps are going to be a little bit different. They are still, in spirit, in essence, they are still very similar, right? Obviously, the identities are very, very much the same. Some of them are made a little bit easier. If you see here, this identity just a bit... Actually, I don't know how different this identity is. I can't quite remember. I think this one might just be the exact same. No, I think there's two barricades that are not there. In this track.
That second section that Rookie just managed to pass through to give Air Blue their ace. There isn't a slalom section through some poles where in the quote-unquote full-fat version of the track, it includes one more slalom section, so made just a little bit easier. There are some maps where the identity is cut in half, or certain features are removed, and there are some maps that retain their entire identities. For example, I think one of those maps is Slowdown, that keeps the entire thing, but you can see that here on back and forth, it keeps the entire route more or less. It's just some obstacles are removed to make players' lives just a little bit easier.
Yeah, one of the biggest obstacles, at least from my playthroughs, that I was happy to see gone is right here. You're going to see this jump from half pipe to half pipe. You land in the ice, and in the hard version of the track, there's a wall at the bottom of that, actually, that you can slam right into if you're not careful. Fortunately for Rookie here, that wall doesn't exist, and he's able to coast to a pretty big lead over his opponents, although Kemper keeping right up with him. So it is, we are seeing, again, an air roster putting in some pretty good work. Obviously, you can tell that they are well-versed in these tracks, and that's the thing, too, Leachy, you know, while we watch another ace on our screens here as Kemper crosses the line, these tracks are, I mean, TMGL tracks have historically always been very difficult, right? I mean, yes. the identities have always been very fascinating to watch, very fun, drama-filled. These tracks, to me, very much kind of, you and I have talked about this in the past, it is very much, it encompasses sort of the feel of what Trackmania is to me, these tracks do, but they're not easy, and these players haven't had a ton of time. I mean, it's been like a month to really grind these out, and everybody having a tough start there. This is actually going to give Dragon's Flare a little bit of an opportunity to come back in this game.
Yeah, every single player making a mistake there. Unfortunate, but hey, at least the playing field was relatively even here. Draconic Sword wiggling back and forth, trying to desperately get any amount of grip in the tires, but betraying him there just a little bit. And in fact, jumping a little bit high. Can he save this? He can indeed. It wasn't the end of the road, but definitely falls all the way down to P4, so not the best outcome. And Air Blue, yet again, it doesn't matter if everybody else makes mistakes. As long as your mistakes are not as severe, you get right. The situation that Air Blue finds themselves in right now, which is a solid P1 and 2. Intimacy taking that turn a little bit too wide, so we'll head to Kemper and Rookie for their third ace in a row, except Rookie clips that finish CP and is very slowly reversing past it. He does eventually get it. That is the third ace in a row for Air Blue on this map, the seventh ace in a row. 4, 5, 6, 7th ace in a row in this entire series. Hunted, could we be on our way to see a perfect sweep in an NCSA regional?
I mean, if it's going to happen in any round, it might as well be in round one, right?
Yeah.
And we saw that bonk from Rookie, and I switched over, and Intimacy, he's just taking a swim. Who was that went wide? Was that both Air Blue players? It looked like it. So they're going to have to play from behind. Maybe you've literally cast or cursed it already. Have you taken away the perfect ace? We'll have to see, although Draconic Sword a little bit slow through the plastic pit. It's going to be Intimacy. He has made his way through that ice section and now coming up towards the identity of the map. Really cool, by the way, that we get to see a map that has a little bit of backwards driving in it.
I'm a very big fan. I do.
Again, goes wide. It goes out into the water.
So many people are making this mistake, and now all of a sudden the pack of 3 that was struggling becomes the pack that's mattering. Rookie overtakes Draconic as Intimacy falls all the way back. Kemper working on catching up to Draconic. I don't think he's going to be there in time, barring some kind of a mistake at the end. It won't happen. Draconic takes the win here, but Kemper and Rookie get that finish to turn it into a draw. No way that Intimacy is going to get there in time, but yet again, see, enough people are making mistakes that these early rounds are definitely going to be quite crazy, but Air Blue are still doing enough in the midst of all of this chaos to secure these track wins that they need.
Well, Dragon's Flare gets their point. Gets the point they needed. Unfortunately, they do lose the map. And we will go to map number 3. It is map point now for Air Blue as we jump on over to Flip of Faith. Oh, this should be fun to watch. After what we saw earlier on today, I mean, even some dramatics in TMGL and in the MEA region. I'm hoping we get to see a little bit of that here today with the NCSA boys.
Flip of Faith, one of the tracks that had, through the process of preparing for this upcoming World Tour season, one of the tracks that had its identity completely reworked. It kept a similar concept, but the entire, physical look of the identity was changed completely, but still a very challenging one, and one that's very, very fun to watch. I'm in love with this concept, and clearly the players are too. It's one that definitely brings a lot of challenge, but that's what makes the World Tour map so much fun.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Like I said, it kind of encompasses what Trackmania is, at least to me. Very, very arcadey feel to most of the tracks, and a lot of great mechanics that you don't often see. I wouldn't say you don't often see them, but really on full display here in these tracks. And Flip of Faith is definitely one of those, as we find another big jump. Everybody doing pretty well. I'm surprised nobody making any big mistakes. That's a decent time from Intimacy. A 102 to kick things off. And that's going to give Air Blue something to think about here, Leachy. They're going to start things off with a draw instead of the ace, which they saw in the last two rounds, or last two maps, rather.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep up. Dragon's Flare, I don't know, man. I won't call anything super early, but two extremely dominant map wins very early on. These are only best of 5, mind you, so these are going to go much, much faster. Dragon's Flare needs to show everything that they've got right now. Draconic Sword, a steeper angle to take that jump, but hey, if it's safety that you want, especially with jumps that are this risky, then that's what you got to do. And leaving a lot of people in the dust here. Kemper and Draconic Sword are the only two up here with their respective teammates struggling all the way back there. Draconic Sword falling back, and now Kemper has taken a relatively commanding lead through this dirt section. Gets that reactor all the way down. Grass wall ride turns into a proper road, or a support road wall ride. Drift through here. Tight entry into the dirt, and all you need to do is focus on getting this lineup for the jump. Don't jump too low, which that definitely was, and that is going to hurt him, giving Draconic Sword the opportunity to catch up. Now jumps super high in the name of safety, but hands this round win.
He
missed. He did miss. Rookie is coming through. Draconic Sword missed again.
What?
Kemper drops through the finish, and this turns into an ace for Air Blue.
There's no way. How? I mean, of all of the things to fail right at the end, it's probably the easiest section of the track right there. To fall into the finish. And Draconic Sword missed it twice. That's an Air Blue 3-point swing. And just like that, here we go. It's a 4-1 lead for Air Blue, and that one's going to hurt. I mean, I guess, Trackmania giveth and Trackmania taketh away. It was crazy because the first round on this map, we saw just about every player, relatively quick. Like I said, it was a 102 from Intimacy. And then round 2, the wheels sort of fell off, and it looks like we're kind of back towards the speed here, although Draconic Sword, not the greatest landing. He's going to drop all the way back to 4th, but he does have a bit of a bead on Kemper. Rookie just about a second behind Intimacy. It's up to 2.5 now, as Intimacy driving a pretty good line here. He's been relatively consistent when he's had the speed. It does look like confidence to me. Let's see if he makes the jump. That's perfect. Exactly what you want to do, as Intimacy will cross the line in first place. Kemper to take second. Now it's a battle between Draconic Sword and Rookie to just finish here. Draconic Sword can't make the jump. Rookie will be able to land it, but does he have enough time to cross the finish? It's going to be super close, and he missed it as well. It does turn into 2 points for Dragon's Flare and 1 for Air Blue because of the win there from Intimacy. But my word, was that quite the finish.
He clipped there was a little bit of a clip of the CP pole, I guess you would call it, which messed up his line and gave him a mild slowdown penalty on his way toward the finish, and that must have been just enough to upset him. Oh, Draconic Sword landing upside down. I believe he did manage to right that car, but he is quite a ways back now, so Air Blue both players in a relatively good spot just to turn this into a draw. But we can't really speak to anybody's consistency right now. So even though Intimacy is about a second and a half in the lead at this point, really anything could happen. These identities have been so brutal for these regional players. It's hard to bank on anything happening now. Spectating Rookie as we see Intimacy doesn't make it. What was I telling you about before? Rookie should now take this win as long as he doesn't land too high. He does. Kemper can't make it happen. There's still a little bit of time. He does get it. That's an ace for Air Blue, taking them to 8-3, and all they need is a round victory here to sweep their way through the opening round of the NCSA Regional.
Am I just crazy? I thought the ending was free. I surprised that we're seeing so many people struggle with the little pipe jump to the finish there. It seems like almost every round somebody has missed it. I can certainly understand the nerves. You have a decent run. You get to that last obstacle and yeah, sometimes the brain just shuts off for a moment there, but right now, Dragon Square doing what they have to do, Leechy. Taking the early lead through the early part of the track, though. Intimacy clips that near wall. I don't know if it's going to be enough to allow Rookie to catch up. He was 3 seconds back. Draconic Sword with a mistake, and that's going to give Intimacy the lead. Rookie is in second. Kemper is just pretty much out of the picture here. Intimacy with a big mistake, and this could lead to a draw. As long as Rookie can make this final jump, we'll see what he's got. As it comes to the half pipe here, up and in, that should be good. I don't want to call it a win for him yet, but he will fall through easy as you like. But now it's a race to just finish for the last three players. Draconic Sword will be the first one up. Here comes Intimacy right behind them. They both make the jump. Can they both cross the line? Draconic Sword will, Intimacy will, Kemper will not, and it will result in a draw.
I feel like at this point they're kind of prolonging the inevitable, but that's kind of all you can do at this point. It's a ballsy move, I feel like, to not take that pipe over the finish. Yeah, technically it's a little bit more straightforward, but I feel like I personally would rather opt to have a little bit more control over my car during that section. But it is what it is. They're in regionals because they signed up and they thought that they had a good enough shot to make this. So I won't criticize their tactics too much. I will say that jump right there has caught out so many players. With too much speed, you land on that kind of like knuckle transition point of the road, and it just completely bounces you out. You lose all the grip that you have, and it's a murderous section. So you really need to focus on gaining enough speed, just like Kemper and Intimacy and Rookie will as well. Draconic Sword very far in the rear, so we need to focus on these three players making it through. Yet again, Intimacy drops too low. Kemper and Rookie through to the ace. They have swept their way through the opening round of the first ever NCSA Regional.
And so they'll move on to round number 2 in pretty dominating fashion. Obviously, map number 3, a little bit closer than what we saw in the first couple of maps. But, GG's to Dragon's Flair there. But for one of the thousands of air rosters, we will see them into the next round, which is cool to see. Again, there's a lot of talent spread out across those air rosters. I have a feeling we're going to see air versus air matchups pretty much all throughout the day today.
I think so too, yeah.
But we did see a glimpse of it there.
Sorry, real quick. We did get informed of what that stands for. It is America's Intermediate Racers. Is air.
Oh, there you go.
So there you go. The more you know.
Well, very cool. So I don't know if we have any more first round matchups that are still going that we might jump into. I don't know if that is going to be how things roll today. Probably not, I would imagine. We're just going to take a short break here for a moment to find a match for round number 2, and we'll get into that. So we will be back, I suppose, in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NCSA Regional Number 1 here on the Trackmania Twitch channel. Sorry for the delay. There was a couple matches that went on a little bit longer than I think we were expecting, but we are moving into round number 2. And again, it is Hunted and Leechy here in the booth with you. I did notice a couple of people a little bit confused on how things are working here today, Leechy. It is a new format. Obviously, we're playing 2 versus 2, which is a little bit different than seasons past. And the map's obviously a bit different. We do have a beautiful graphic, if you want to throw that up on screen, of what maps we've got today. And these are all the same maps that you saw in TMGL if you watched that a couple hours ago. They are the easy versions of those maps for the regionals and for matchmaking. And Leechy, I mean, you and I have played these maps pretty extensively. You know, which one kind of stands out to you, or which maps are you most excited for today?
Most excited for? Ooh. I mean, Flip of Faith is awesome. I would like to see what a consistent set of rounds on Flip of Faith looks like. Slowdown was one of my personal favorites driving. I don't know. It's just the identity for me was easy enough that I could get it down consistently and actually focus on putting in good times. Gyroscope as well is just so much fun. I have to admit that I did not see that like kind of half drift slide tactic coming throughout those ice
yeah,
bridges, which
cool,
is
right?
definitely you carry so much more speed, but you could see even the pros were making mistakes there. But I don't know. It just the idea of using a trick like that is so much fun, and I would love to see a very closely contested round on Gyroscope for me personally. I hate Agility Dash. Burn that with fire.
Agility Dash, I think parkour is one that gave me some of the most trouble getting the identity down initially. That the sign at the end was my arch nemesis, certainly. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great maps, and the format I think is a little bit easier to explain when we're actually in the game, and you can see teams earning points based on where they position. Like if you get first and second, for instance, it's an ace, you get 3 points, the opponents get none. So if you are new to Trackmania Esports, we're going to do our best to kind of help you along here, figure that all out. And again, this is a new opportunity for a lot of these players, Leechy. I want to make that as sort of the big focus of what this is. I mean, yes, there's the opportunity to go to the World Championship, but I think what's on the minds for a lot of the players and for a lot of the grinders in the community, this is a chance to potentially play into the Challenger League, which is something that you could do before. It was certainly difficult, but now it's in this team-based format. There's sort of more of a path to it, right? If you perform really well in your regionals, you're one of the top 2 teams out of the stage in your region, unless you're in Europe and you're one of the top 8 teams. You have that opportunity to play against the rest of the best of the regionals from across the world, to play against the bottom 2 from the Challenger League to then qualify into the Challenger League. So it sounds complicated, but it's actually a little bit more straightforward for the teams playing here today.
It's one of those formats that's hard to wrap up into a neat little package and tie it with a bow, but we swear it makes sense. It takes a little bit of extra time to walk you through it.
Look at the Wikipedia page, by the way. If you, it really does help. Like go through the Wikipedia page and get more eyeballs on the Wikipedia in general. By the way, it is a super great resource for all things Trackmania, and big shout outs to those who edit it. But anyway. Yeah, so this matchup, I believe we know what we're playing and who we've got on our screens next.
Yes, we do. So it is going to be yet another double air, or I'm sorry, not yet another, but a double air matchup that we expected to happen just because Air had so many teams in. It's going to be Air White versus Air 300. So what does that mean in terms of the players? Air 300, represented by Stokine and Zimmy, the Canadian and American respectively, going up against Air White, which is Charles and Nats. So this is our first intercontinental matchup. It's going to be pretty much NA versus South America, as well as the pick ban phase gets underway. So let's view that as that takes place.
And this is a pretty big matchup for anybody who isn't aware. This is a lobby of very good Trackmania players, and the fact that they're meeting in this in this round is kind of important. And again, the seeding coming into this is based off of matchmaking. I know that some players played it a little bit more than others, so the seeding is a little bit odd. But this is why seeding is important, because now we get this big matchup, and you can see Flip of Faith and Arrow Pipes. Are we surprised that either of those maps are gone? Not really, especially Arrow Pipes with how difficult that identity is at the end. And it looks like, I don't know who is blue. Team Blue is Nats.
So that's Air White.
Air White. So that's going to be a little confusing. And the red team is Air 300. So it looks like it was reps first by Air White, Agility Dash number 2. I'm surprised Agility Dash comes in at number 2, though with the players in this lobby, maybe not. Again, Agility Dash, one of those pretty difficult maps. But if you got it down, Slippy Slides 3.
Okay, nice. Big fan of Slippy Slides.
It took them a little while to pick that map too. It sounded like, or it seemed like there was a bit of discussion. We'll see what Team 300 counter picks with, and then the 5th map, I believe, is just randomly picked from the remaining maps.
3 out of 5, waiting on pick number 4.
Freestyle.
Freestyle.
Okay.
It shall be freestyle. I will never forget that I always thought that the way to do the freestyle identity was by doing that full 360 around the back, and then I watched the world record for the first time, and I was like, oh, well, that's less fun, I guess, but it works. Back and forth. Pick number 5 picked randomly, so we have our order. It's going to be Reps, Agility Dash, Slippy Slides, and then, if necessary, freestyle and back and forth for map number 5.
Yeah, should be an interesting one. Gyroscope was, I believe, the last map banned out there. Parkour left on the table. It was not chosen at random there by the system. So interesting couple of map choices. Again, I'm surprised we saw Agility Dash go so early, and I'm not surprised that we saw both Arrow Pipes and Flip of Faith banned out. But this should be fun. Again, this is a high-level lobby. Charles and Nats both have had pretty good success. Charles, in particular, a very, very fast South American player, has even gone up against the likes of some of the top European regional players and has done very well. So expect to see him put forward a pretty good performance here, Leachy. But at the same time, across the way, Air 300, a couple of veterans.
A couple of veterans, indeed. Yeah, this is a terrifying matchup to have to deal with this early on in the day. The good thing is, for day one, it is a double elimination, so you do have a little bit of extra wiggle room there. But obviously, you want to get the job done sooner rather than later. There you see on your screen, blue is going to be Air White, and red is going to be Air 300. Quick little warm-up. We are starting on reps. It's the map with all of the benches, which is why I like to tell myself they called it reps.
Oh,
like,
that's so
being at a
smart.
Gym, right?
I never thought of that.
It?
Do you think that's actually why it's called that?
I really do. I hope so, because it'll make me look good.
Too. That makes so much sense now that you say that. I always wondered why this map. I get the rest of the maps. That's really smart.
It's
Good
my
on
theory,
you.
and I'm sticking
to it.
Well, there you
go. Well, we start the first round of reps here. Again, the easier version of this map. It has a little bit easier of a finish to the full map, and you can see Charles out with a pretty big lead. Nats is going to be challenging for that second place, looking for an early sweep here for Air White, as Zimmy struggling a little bit early on to kick things off. That's a great line from Nats. He's got a lot of speed, and he might even challenge Charles towards the front. This loop, and somehow Nats loses a decent amount of speed coming out of the loop this time around. Charles maybe a bit wide. He's going to be very slow. It's up to Nats now to lead the charge for Air White, and he clips just along the side, and that all of a sudden turns into a victory across the line there for Air 300. I'm surprised. It looked like we were going to have almost a 1-2 there from Air White, and it all blows up right at the end.
And right there, we just witnessed why this used to be one of my most hated. That spot on the shelf is now firmly reserved for agility dash. But reps, the identity for reps, that initial jump where you come down that banking and then throw the car back up to the left, it's very precise, that angle that you need, especially in the full version. It's definitely made easier somehow. I don't know if that's placebo or something, as Charles contacts the wall there, so he's going to have a slightly more difficult job going forward. Jimmy and P3, I don't know. It's you really need to make sure your aim is up to snuff with reps, because it'll bite you if it isn't.
Stokine has been pretty consistent to start things out. Zimmy had that early mistake in the last round. He ended up finishing third. That's why Air 300 has this early round lead. He's sitting in third right now, watching his teammate battle Nats for first place. Charles not too far behind. He's going to catch up and pass for third. And now this battle up front's going to be super important. Nats is here in second, doesn't really have the speed to get there, and it's going to end up in a draw.
Very close one. Much, much cleaner execution of that identity as well. Only a 1-point lead for Air 300. I'm hoping that this is a sign of things to come for this match. I think it's very rare that you get highly competitive, evenly fought rounds at the beginning of an event like this. So I am all here for it.
Oh, absolutely. You can tell that this is shaping up to be a pretty back and forth battle between these two teams. Again, a lot of skill on display here. Some of the best in the region. Definitely one of the best South American hopes in Air White. And it does look like Charles running a bit wide there. Ended up completely off the track. He's on the respawn now, and Air 300, about a second between them and Nats, who is currently in third. So looks like as long as they can hang on through the identity, which is easier said than done, could be a sweep here for Air 300. Zimmy doing a great job. Oh, but it goes just a bit too far. He's going to fall. There goes Nats to a second place finish. And it's going to be a draw again after everything.
So painful. All he needed to do was control it across that final bench there, and you saw those right-hand wheels just dip off of the side, and you knew it had to be a respawn. And that is why it's so important that even if you're all the way back in P4, you need to still be on the ball, because you don't know whether or not your opponents are really going to lock stuff in, especially with the difficulty of these identities come this season. It's never out of the question to be able to pull a result. That went from an ace from an ace for one team to a draw between the two of them. It's still all to play for, and that is a perfect example of why you need to keep your head in it at all times.
And it's different, right? It's different from what a lot of Trackmania players are used to when it comes to, especially at this level, not to knock any players, but being able to recover better than your opponents is a legitimate skill in this format with how difficult these tracks are. So minimizing mistakes but recovering from them is also super important, as Stokine goes just a bit too far. Nats, I believe, also fell off the track. That's going to give Charles the victory. Zimmy, number 2. And again, we have a draw with dramatics at the end.
Draw.
Stop me if you've heard that one before. What's that? 3 in a row now at this point? 4-5. Air White somehow maintaining that 1-point deficit to their opponents in Air 300. I don't know. Let's see how long we can draw this out. At some point, we're going to need a victory from Air White to bring it even on score, but I'm sure there's plenty of time for that. Somebody collecting the wall. That was Zimmy on the right side.
Air 300, you know what the 300 means, right, in that name? 300 rounds to win a map.
Oh, is that it? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I was not on the same page as you there.
I hope it doesn't take 300 rounds. We'd be here. Yeah, we'd be here till next regional at that point.
Yeah.
But right now, another 1 and 4 position here for Air 300. The Charles and Nats both with some decent speed, but Charles a bit too far on the slide. And when you are churning through that penalty grass, it slows you down quite a lot. But Charles, a great recovery, taking big risks, and that's an ace for Air White. Both players overcoming that about 2/10 deficit right in the final section, and that's a huge 3 points.
We saw Nats as well, just behind Charles, get a significantly better drift coming off of that first bench, and the reason it was better is because he was in the drift for less time. The longer you are sliding, the slower the car goes, so the quicker you can get out of a drift, obviously provided the line that you're taking is still one that isn't going to wind up killing you, the better. And Nats used that idea, that concept to his advantage. So from a closely fought round to a 7-5 lead for Air White, let's see if they can start running away with it.
Speaking of, Nats and Charles only needing another ace here to close out map number 1. But don't count Stokine out quite yet. He's got a little bit of a wide line, going to avoid the penalty grass there, trying to come back with a bit more exit speed, but I don't think he's got it. He's going to have to take a little bit more of a risky line. Nat's able to hang on, but he falls off there. Charles will take the victory instead, but the ace goes out the door, and now it's a race for third. Zimmy's going across the line just ahead of Nats by about a second or so, and it is a draw again, but for Air 300, they still have not crossed that track point threshold. We'll need at least 2 rounds to take the victory.
We just saw it there. I mean, you were talking about earlier, the recovery is a skill in and of itself, and I couldn't agree more. The instant you see that the car is slipping off that surface and it's not going to become drivable anymore, you've got to hit that respawn. The quicker you can realize that you are dead in the water, the better. And some players are better than that than others. What can I say right now? In a draw position right now, Stokine and Nats fighting it out at the front, trading blows for P1 and P2, with Zimmy and Charles kind of floundering at the back. This round could be decided by these 2 players up front.
I mean, it's 2 1v1s happening right now, essentially, with the players making mistakes, and both of these 1v1s could determine the entire map right now. Nats is going to just edge in front of Stokine there. Zimmy with a bit of a lead on Charles, but I believe that was Nats who falls off at the identity, and Zimmy overtakes as well. It's an ace in return. Air 300 up to 9 points, and now this map flipped on its head once more.
This got spicy. Air White needs a victory, and we send it to overtime. Air 300, what do they need? They need, oh no, they can actually just play for the draw, because that still maintains that 1-point gap. All right, this is getting interesting. Let's see how things develop as we head down the downhill.
Yeah, I mean, Air White they pretty much have to win the round. Somebody has to win. Between Charles and Nats has to take first place. And then from there, if you take second, you win the whole thing. If you take third, you go into overtime. And it is Charles with a decent lead. The whole pack grouped up right behind him, only about 2/10 separating the entire lobby here. That's decent line through the loop. I believe that's Stokine, yeah, just ahead of him. And now Charles going to keep it together through the penalty grass. But this is where it all comes down. There's Nats taking second. Oh, but he clips it enough. No, he just gets sniped at the end. And we're going to overtime.
Oh, that was it. That was it. And then the second that left wheel dipped off the edge, I was like, oh no. And you could hear the engine note sneaking up behind him. It's 10-10. Oh boy, this is probably not the opening round of the regional that either of these teams wanted, But I'm sure chat is definitely enjoying themselves. I know that I sure am. At this point, it's whichever team can take the advantage first. It's sudden death. Whichever team can get a minimum round victory will take the map.
Again, we have a good start to this round. All 4 players bunched up together. Less than 2 tenths separating them through that checkpoint. It is Nats leading the way. If they stay in this configuration, we'll go to another round. As Charles going to be playing from behind. Really, I think he's kind of the player to watch as he tries to make a bid towards the front. If he can snipe one position here, this is going to be Air White taking the victory. He's all the way up to second now as Zimmy and Stokine trying to battle back, but it comes down to the identity. Nats keeps it on the track this time. Charles will take second right behind him, and Air White stave off the challengers in Air 300. And if this is the lobby that we're going to see here, we're going to be here for a while as the first map goes to Air White 13-10. Again, best of 5 here.
Buckle up, everybody. we had our admin in the back explaining how this was going to be a juicy matchup right off the bat, and that certainly did not disappoint. Map number 2, warm up here, starting on Agility Dash. Lychee's most, I won't say most hated, but least liked map out of the map pack, and it is purely down to that identity. Man, I personally find consistency on that identity so difficult to find with how sharply curved those plastic panels are. It gets me every time.
Well, let's not forget, I believe this was Air White's pick, by the way. They won on Air 300's choice on the last map, so now maybe some confidence here for Nats and Charles, the South American duo, to push them to that 2-0 lead. And we do thank you all for joining us here in chat. It's Hunted and Lychee in the booth with you today. Certainly appreciate the opportunity. Very glad to see the region get some representation here on the main channel as well.
I see you in chat, QDC. Skill issue. Fight me, dude. Fight me. Skill issue. Get out of here, dude.
We'll see if they've got your skill issue or not as they approach the identity here for the first time. And again, this is a bit an easier version of this track. Oh, Stokine actually turns that into a pretty decent line. It looked like he had tapped that inside wall, but he ends up keeping it on the track. We'll end up having to follow Charles into the identity. With the plastic, this can be so very back and forth. Charles, great line through there, and there goes Nats, just able to take second place away, and an ace to start their map pick for Air White.
I need to brag for just a second if there are any production folks here watching. I saw that hiccup there from Stokine, and I was like, ooh, you know what? I'm going to switch to Nats real quick just in case he snipes him, and I got it. That was amazing. 3-0 for Air White there. It's just some behind-the-scenes tomfoolery here going on. That exactly right there is the reason why I have so much trouble with Agility Dash, is because even if you survive that initial jump, the way, and I'm not a plastic hater in any sense of the term. I love plastic, but the way the plastic works is that the more severely you turn, it drastically decreases your forward momentum. And Stokine had to turn as drastically as he did to survive, just to stay on that platform in the first place. And yeah, he survived, but he paid the ultimate price.
Yeah. Well, never a good feeling to watch somebody zip past you right at the end there. Unfortunately, it turns into an ace for his opponents in an uphill battle for himself and Zimmy as everybody goes just a bit wide there. Everybody keeps it on the track, though. This is a great race to the identity right now between both players of Air White and Charles and Nats. Stokine going to keep right with them. But here's Charles and Nats breaking away just a little bit into the identity. We go, Nats. Too short on that jump. Charles just able to clip the finish. I don't think Stokine did. He missed it. It's going to be Zimmy to take second. Stokine off the respawn, able to cross the line, and that will turn things into a draw. I thought maybe there would be a chance for Nats to potentially turn this into a win after that miss, and that finish is not something to take for granted. You still have to cross the finish line through that plastic bit, and we saw Stokine miss it there just by a wheel or so. Luckily for him, it didn't turn into too much, and they do get a point out of the round.
The agility dash identity is a fickle mistress, so you need to make sure that you have everything just about perfect, because even if you survive that initial jump, like I said, you turn too sharp, you slow down. Or you have the wrong angle when you land, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, I'm just going to clip off the inside of this next platform and throw you back like a cruel joke, which is exactly what we saw from at least one of those players. It is soul-crushing, but such is life in the world of competitive Trackmania.
I can see why this is a map pick for Air White. Charles seems to be very comfortable. As I say that, though, Nats goes too wide on that transition. He couldn't keep it together through the loop. So now it's going to be up to Charles to keep this one at a draw. He's got a pretty decent lead, almost a whole second, although it is closed in on here by Stokine. And now Charles, again, he's going to feel the pressure here. If he's got the times on, that is a great transition. And all of a sudden, Air 300 looking to turn this into points, but he can't keep it together through the plastic pit. Charles will. And now Nats with a chance to put some points on the board. He can't keep it together. And it will be Stoke to come second. Zimmy has not finished. Nats has 8 seconds to get across the line. He passes the checkpoint, but he clips. Only 3 seconds. Can he make it? Oh, he just does. Just crosses the line, and that's 2 points for Air White.
Oh my gosh, you do not get much closer than that. I'm sounding like a broken record, so I won't repeat myself, but this is what I'm talking about. Agility Dash really, it's a great, fun, flowy map, but it really does all come down to the identity here, especially with these players at this regional skill level who may not quite be up at the level that the TMGL players are at. Still no slouches in their own right, but man, it just goes to show every single time you see a TMGL player knock out this identity, like time and time again, just to think of how much work goes into being able to be that perfect, these players still have a long way to go.
That's why we are watching them compete in these regionals. But that, again, with the format the way that it is, I think it gives them such a great opportunity to improve and have regular competition amongst each other, which wasn't necessarily the case in the past.
Yeah.
You know, outside of OGL and things like that. So 6-2 for the South Americans here in map number 2. Again, this is their map pick. They're looking to go up by 2 in this series. Stokine again is going to put some pressure on both their white players. There goes Nats again, same spot. Stokine can't make it. Charles ends up falling off. He's gonna double respawn and will coast across the line, still taking first. Now it's up to Nats. He's going to double respawn and he will coast across the line, taking second. It's a sweep for Air White. As it looks like Air 300 again, we're really everybody in this lobby again struggling with that identity. Nats has hit that same corner pretty much every round, and you feel for him. It's not easy to fix these mistakes, but at the same time, I don't think he's too upset with a 9-2 lead right now.
Yeah. This at the very least on paper, it's a much more Air White leaning match, even though we've obviously seen every single player make multiple mistakes all the way throughout the maps, but. I don't know. It's what we mentioned before, is that even if every player, every team, every person in the lobby is making mistakes left, right, and center, it's about how you recover, and sometimes that decision to do that double respawn, that standing respawn, is the safer way, because you don't need to deal with all of that excess momentum that you weren't initially able to control. And I don't know, we've seen it work a couple times here throughout Agility Dash. I hope we don't have to see it again, because I'd love to see players just flying through this map consistently. But again, fickle mistress.
Speaking of
Pole.
Stoke, yeah, I was going to say Stoke needs to get on his horse here, try to catch up to these two Air White players. I mean, they can't afford anything but an ace right now. Can Air 300, and unless there's some more dramatics here and they can make the runs. Stoke does have a ton of speed, but he's too inside on that line. Charles will cross the line first. Nats 3.5 tenths behind him. That is going to be a sweep, or rather an ace, to finish off map number 2. 12-2 victory here for Air White. And again, we questioned, I wouldn't say we questioned why Agility Dash was picked by Air White, but it's obvious that they are very practiced on that map. It seems like Charles very, very comfortable on that map, and now they have a 2-0 lead, and Air 300 backs against the wall here.
Backs against the wall indeed, in case people were not up to date or otherwise have not seen the Liquipedia page. It is a best of 5 right now. So, Air White, as Hunt had mentioned, putting Air 300's backs up against the wall because they need to be perfect from this point on. Air White have a single map left to win. Could it be Slippy Slides, the map with the tricky water features all throughout it, ending in a couple plastic bug slides all the way to the end? Is definitely what made this one of my favorite maps in the beginning. And then it's one of those maps where as you get faster, it actually becomes more difficult because you realize you don't have as much margin as you thought when you were like, 4 seconds behind the optimal pace. It's a tricky one.
Exactly, yeah, and it wouldn't be TMGL or World Tour maps without some bit of a water feature. We'll see how these players handle Slippy Slides for the first time as Stoke goes into the wall there. That's going to give Charles a bit of some breathing room here. And now I do like the way that this track ends, which we are coming up towards. A couple of big bug slides makes it a lot of fun to watch. Charles is going to be the first into the bug slide identity here. He's just a bit too wide, ends up off the sign. Stoke, though, will complete the second bug slide. And now it's Nats and Charles trying to take second and third. Did Nats go too far inside? I think he did, but he ends up crossing the line anyway. Charles snipes the second spot from him, but it doesn't matter. They go 2 and 3 respectively, and it is a 1-1 scoreline.
And this is something I found interesting. The more and more I was practicing this map just to kind of inform my own, understanding about it, is that the map is deceptive, or at least the identity is deceptive, because you look at it and it's just like, okay, well, it's just a high-speed bug slide. You just hold it full 180 and yeet it the entire way around. But you really need to be conscious of the amount of speed you're taking into it, as well as the angle, because we saw right there, because I've goldfish memory, I can't remember who did it, but whoever it was that slammed into those outside signs had a really rough time because they took the line way too wide. So it really is, you need to be kind of on the ball a little bit more than the identity lets on.
Oh, absolutely. I think that, I kind of think that's the story for every track. It feels like here in this map pack, as Charles ends up, he took a bit too far of that inside line, and that water can really throw you off, as Stoke's going to take another opportunity to take the lead. Charles wants to go on the inside with a bug slide, not going to be able to get him, but Nat's in a better position over top of Zimmy. Again, he's too far inside. Zimmy just has to keep it on the track. I think his teammates telling him that, and he'll end up crossing in third. As Nats, again, he's not going to even finish. He has been plagued by that final bug slide going too far inside, and Air 300 take the lead here in this map.
Gotta release a little bit sooner, I think. There are a couple different schools of thought. I see players releasing super early to head through that final turbo just dead straight. and then other players hold the slide so that the car spins a full 180 and heads through the final turbo and the final finish backwards. And it's almost like Zimmy's caught in two minds, like he's not quite sure which tactic he wants to go for. For his own sake and for his team's sake, he better figure it out sooner rather than later.
I think, I mean, for Zimmy, though, it's also kind of a case of just trying to cross the line when you know your opponent's made a mistake in front of you. However you can do it, if you can get there before him. It's a victory in that moment, but right now, Charles and Nats 1 and 2, and Charles, I mean, showing us why he is one of the fastest players in the region. He has had some very good speed. This time Nats is too wide on the initial bug slide. I can't believe Charles didn't clip the sign. He ends up crossing first. Nats can't get a hold of this bug slide. Zimmy again will come across in third, and this time Charles with the victory. So it is a point apiece, but Nats, are you as surprised as I am that Nats is struggling with the bug slide portion? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not easy, but you would expect that a player of Nats' quality, you know, a mistake or two is fine, but it seems like every round he's struggling with this bug slide.
I'm definitely surprised, but when it comes to like an explanation, which I'll just answer that right away, because where I assume the conversation is headed, nerves, man. Like that's all I can think to chalk it up to, because Nats is so good, terrifyingly fast. That's the only, as he slams into the wall on the inside as well. That's the only thing that I can think of, is maybe he's just getting a little bit too much in his head when he gets into those final identity situations, that he's just, I don't know, he's like scrambling to kind of make up for the time lost, and isn't slowing down, as ironically as it is, slowing down to kind of focus on what he needs to do. Stokine, awkward clip there, Stokine, excuse me, and now all of a sudden all four players are together again.
Yeah, this has been a bizarre map. Charles had a bit of a wall tap not too long ago. Now Zimmy, let's see if he can hold it together here. Second bug slide, that's a pretty good one, and he will cross the line ahead of Charles and Nats. So you said you wanted to see Zimmy clean it up there. He cleans it up this time and cleans up the round, but again, another draw between these teams. So Air 300 keeps their 1 point lead as we head into the next round. But again, just, you know, a couple of mistakes. I was happy to see Nats, you know, successfully navigate that identity this time around. But, you know, maybe it is just kind of just sort of to the point that these tracks are hard. It's not easy to do this, especially on command and especially on stream. In an event that has some pretty big implications for all these players. So it's definitely a lot on the line, as right now Nats and Charles 1 and 2 in this round. That's a pretty good line from Stoke. He's gonna have a decent bit of exit speed. He had a bit of a bobble here, and that time Nats over jumping the boost, and that's going to cause a lot of problems for him now, as Charles is going to take the lead of this round. Can he turn it into a win? He's been pretty consistent here. Takes a nice wide line. Is too far wide that time. And Caster Curse once again strikes early. This time it's Nats who has to try to chase down and help his teammate out, but it's an ace for Air 300. And it feels like Air White, just so many points left on the table.
It's unfortunate, and well, it's unfortunate for Air White. Air 300, I mean, this is exactly what they were looking for. Their backs were up against the wall, as you mentioned early on, and Air 300 are definitely performing. Okay, maybe not like they should, because if they're performing like they should, then these mistakes wouldn't be happening. But maps are hard, man. Like, give them a break.
Sure.
This stuff is very difficult. But at the very least, on paper, earning the points that they should be earning to give themselves any advantage possible. As it stands right now, they find themselves just 2 points away. So all they need is a round victory to make this one work. Stokine fighting up front against Charles. Never an easy fight, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult now that Zimmy slid out a little bit further back.
Well, speaking of sliding out, Charles he will suffer the fate of a slide out as well. That gives Stokine a little bit of some breathing room, but Nat's going to challenge him. He has a much better line, goes deep down the inside there, and it's going to come down to the identity for Nats. Can he keep this one together? Almost goes a bit wide, but he's going to have a decent angle here. It's going to be slow, though. Ooh. And Charles taking Stoke out. Nats in third. Zimmy will cross the line, so Air White getting a couple of points on the board, denying the victory here from Air 300. Victory. And now it is it's a game, but Air White still 2 rounds away from a victory.
Man, Stoke. Oh my God, Stokine. So purposely, you'll see a lot of players do this where they'll actually release just a little bit so that they don't have a ton of speed going into the identity, but that trade-off there is that they actually have a tighter line, so you're trading speed for the amount of distance that the car needs to cover. And I thought was going to be the winning plan for Stokine there through that final bug slide, and it came so very close, but in that specific instance, it was the overall speed that won out. But at this point, Air 300 have done such a good job. All they need to do is play for the draw, and they will take their first map win of this series.
Stoke, I don't think he's happy with the draw. I think he wants the full victory here, though he is going to have to play for the win anyway, as Zimmy struggling a little bit farther behind. Charles and Nats overtaking now 1 and 2 for them, but this is where they've struggled. Charles, is he going to keep it? He will. This should be a victory for Charles, and it will be. Stoke will cross just ahead of Nats, and I believe that is going to do it. That is the point that they needed, did Air 300. And it is a first map win for them, so we have a bit of a game here on our hands now, Leechy. Though it is important to say that was the second map pick for Air 300, so we are back to the pick for Air White.
That was exactly how to put your team on the back. Stokine had
exactly.
was falling behind, and all of a sudden was staring down the barrel of an Air White ace, which would have taken it to 9-9. And it was yet another one of those situations where Stokine gambled on the slower speed but tighter line tactic for that identity, and it just barely paid off, but it did pay off. So here we are, Air 300. 1 map compared to 2 for Air White. We get started on freestyle. It's track 4 of this match between these 2 air teams.
One of 11,000 air players playing in this tournament.
It's an army.
They ran out of colors, so then they just had to start using the numbers. All the way up to 300. But hey, certainly looks like Air White giving all they can to this 300 team. And again, with this map, this is a map that I think Charles excels on. I am not surprised to see them pick it. It's going to come down to this identity. This has caused some problems even in the TMGL. Stoke just a bit too short. And they will cross the line. I always forget on the easy map, you only have to do this once. I was wondering where everybody was going. I was ready for the second one, but yeah, you do only need to do this once, which is a little bit of a godsend, especially if you clip the inside. You can get enough speed if your recovery is good enough for the second one, but it is not easy. You kind of have to be pretty clean through that identity.
And again, just the personal letdown for me finding out that the fastest way was not to do the full 360. Because it's in the name. It's called freestyle. So I'm thinking like, oh, it's like fun like skateboarding nonsense. Like, nope, just turn left. Boring. I wish it was faster, but you'll see some players do it as a form of BM. I guess if they're leading so far, they'll pull a 360. If I was good enough to compete at this level, that'd definitely be my plan.
That's like. That's like when we were casting the showdown to go left side of the tree. What was that track?
Yes, it was oh my
20
god, what track was that?
or
no, it was a blue track. I think it was 15.
Was it 15?
I think so.
Yeah, I can't remember. I always, the numbers always mess me up pretty bad. I'm a lot better with names of the tracks, but yeah, go on the left side of that tree, definitely. But right now, Charles again. Oh, wow. Stoke he's going to go for his 360 track because he didn't have enough speed. He's not going to make it. Did Charles land it? He did, but it was a tough landing. Oh, this is going to be tough for Stoke. He double respawns. Now, Nat's going to do his best. He makes it over the crest of the jump there, and that's going to be another 2 points for Air White. They will go up 5-1. Stoke had a pretty good run up to that point, but again, that identity, if you lose too much speed, especially with the ring respawn, it is so very challenging to respawn once without, obviously having to double respawn there.
It's definitely a deadly situation to require that double respawn, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do just to make it to the end. A concerning scoreline for Air 300 if they have any shot of going the distance in this series. I guess their only saving grace is, yet again, this is double elimination, so they are not down and out if they lose this one. It's just that their journey becomes a little bit more dire, let's say, if they do drop this one, and Air White are looking so very strong in the early stages of this fourth track.
Right, double elimination day today. Tomorrow will be a single elim top 8 showdown for those that remain, as Charles, and that's both Nats, a bit too short. Is he going to get sniped? He will. Zimmy just taking second, and that's going to give his team at least a little bit of life, but it does put Air White on match point now, 7-2. And I mean, we saw Stoke and what he was able to do on the last track. You kind of talked about it, putting his team sort of on his back there. If there's a time to do it, he needs to turn it on right now.
7-2 is such a discouraging scoreline to look at. I mean, an ace very much changes a storyline. Did two people clip the wall just there? And did they both happen to be Air White players? Did I go from the caster curse guy to like reading the script? Yes. What is going on? Stokine and Zimmy leading this one by over a second now. And all they need to do is keep this consistent, and this becomes a significantly more doable scoreline, if that makes any sense. I guess we'll work our way towards the identity to find out.
I think Nat said to Charles before the round started, just follow me. We'll come 1 and 2 if you do.
We got this.
Yeah. Unfortunately for the both of them, they found a wall a little bit earlier. Stoke ends up landing it. Charles will come in second as Zimmy has to double respawn. And is this going to be another 2 points? It's going to be, or rather, it's a draw this time, thankfully, as Stoke does cross the line. But again, it's a point to Air White. And now a 2-point round will give them the victory. And that's just a heartbreaker, right? That's got to be discouraging. You had a chance to really claw back into this game, and you just can't make it over that identity. It's hard, don't get me wrong, but now it's 8-3. It could have been, what, 7-5?
Yeah.
That's an entirely different scoreline.
And you need to take the mental side of this into account as well, because you just look at that, what is Castermat, that 5-point deficit that they have right now. That's so much more defeating and it's so much more difficult to kind of pick yourself up off of the ground, to dig deep and be able to pull out the performances that you need to be able to claw back that kind of a gap. Compared to 7-5, it's like, 2 points, no big deal. We got this. They could even afford to allow them to have a point. As long as they get a victory, they're still making headway. Clawing ever so close to this identity. Let's see which one gets this a little bit better. It is deceptive. Charles flinging the car nice and high. Stokine doesn't make it. Charles sure does. So does Zimmy. Stokine dropping down, and this is 2 points going the way of Air White, and that does it. They take the series with a map score of 3-1 for the series.
Yeah, and I think Stoke went a little bit too I think he wanted to see if he could snipe Charles on that identity, and it ends up costing his team the match. And I mean, obviously you can't pin the whole thing on him right there in that moment, but you know, it's kind of just one of those things. That's sort of how the game is to be played at those times. And you know, good on him for trying, but ultimately the South Americans a bit too strong, and Air White overcoming Air 300. So we have at least one air team in the upper bracket round number 3. I'm sure we've got a couple more. We will definitely take a look at the bracket. I do think we're going to take just a very short break. I believe round 3 is probably coming up very soon, but let's take a very quick break. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes to bring you round number 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the the NCSA regional. Almost said North American again, but welcome back. It is time for a qualifying matchup, and you're not going to want to miss this one. It is a banger. It's Damascus Gaming up against Air Green. We are going back to the Air Boys, but this time, this is probably one of, if not the best roster they're fielding today in Mello and Manix up against Nixotica and Neil here, which are, I would imagine, I think it's safe to say, Lychee, Neil and Nixotica probably the favorites to win the whole thing, and they have a chance to qualify into that upper bracket for tomorrow.
100%. Yeah, I have listen, unbiased here, but I have the tiniest amount of support for Damascus because Neil is a fellow New Jersey guy. So New Jersey, let's go. I know everybody else in chat, especially Americans, have their own opinions of New Jersey, but it's not that bad. Come on, guys. Come on. So I got to pull for somebody. So, a banger either way. This is absolutely going to be fantastic. Fans of Mellow JA on Twitch, very kind of chill mapping streams that he does all the time, as well as just kind of hanging out in ranked. I've seen him playing a lot more with the competitive aspect now that he had announced his teaming with Manox. Hunted, it is time for the pick and ban, let us go and check that out. It's time to play the game of who is Team Red and who is Team Blue.
Yeah, who is Team Blue is Damascus. Okay, so red team bans first, which means Air Green banned arrow pipes. Back and forth, actually, for Nixotica and Neil to take out. And as you were saying, Neil, the greatest thing to ever come out of New Jersey, by far.
Shut up, dude.
We'll see how he fares today as who did I say was blue? Blue is Damascus. So yes. Parkour picked by Damascus. Agility Dash 2. So we're going to see Agility Dash in that second spot again. Slow down counter or the response from Damascus. And we'll see what that fourth map is momentarily. It looks like Mello and Mannix discussing amongst each other what they would like to play for map number 4 should we need it. It will be Slippy Slides. I'm assuming this is also based off of seeding as well, right? The higher seed gets the first pick.
I do believe that is the case, yeah.
So coming into this, Damascus, the highest seeded team, number 1 seed in the whole tournament. So not surprised to see them getting that first pick. They will ban out Gyroscope, which it makes me a little bit sad. Would have liked to have seen that map in this matchup. Do you think Flip of Faith goes out here, or do you think something like Freestyle?
I don't know. Okay, there we go. There's the answer. It is Flip of Faith. Quite honestly, I'm not surprised at the freestyle ban because I feel like we've seen a lot more teams have issues with the freestyle identity compared to something like Reps or Flip of Faith. I feel like Flip of Faith has been relatively more consistent, at least compared to freestyle. We have seen some of the best players in the entire region have mistake after mistake when it comes to freestyle. So no surprise on the ban for me.
Well, what's your thought on the ban back and forth from Damascus?
I don't know. I don't really have too much of an opinion on that map. I personally haven't experienced too much trouble with that map. I like the whole, driving backwards shtick is cool, and I like that idea, but I don't know. But at the same time, then maybe you feel like maybe people want to pick it because it's easy, or maybe they want to ban it because it's easy. I don't know. It's kind of hard to make that call. It kind of goes into the philosophy of why a team bans a certain map. Are you banning it because you're bad at it, or are you banning it because your opponents are good at it? It's kind of hard to tell.
Right, and I do want to make a correction. Damascus is actually number 2 coming into this one. 100% Canadian was the first seed. So apologize for that, but regardless, I mean, number 1, number 2 are not going to play one another unless there's some very bizarre match results that happen here in day number 1. So Damascus coming into this one as the higher seeded team, and again, the team that I think most people expect to win this regional. However, this is NCSA. We have seen some inspired performances, let's say that, from some players at times. So I'm very excited for this one, as we are first round into our first time on parkour here, at least on our broadcast, of course. And this is, again, this identity is not simple. It is quite difficult. But I think for these players, again, for the caliber of this entire lobby, I don't think it's going to necessarily be too many. There shouldn't be too many mistakes as we see Neil and Nixotica both. I mean, that's pretty much exactly how you do it. 56-56 to open things out on this track. That's pretty good for rounds here, and a 3-0 early lead for Damascus.
Manox coming into this tournament is the #1 player from all of the Americas on the World Tour easy maps in terms of his peak pace, and even that was not good enough to stop the Damascus duo, as Manox also slams into that that right side wall rather, so job's going to get even more difficult. Damascus starting the day off right, starting the match off right with that early ace. Let's see how far they can keep that momentum.
Well, they've got a second and a half at least to both players of Air Green, as they really can pretty much safe it. Although it's hard to play it safe here on this identity, because you can't lose too much speed, as we're not going to see them do that. And then there's the the whole gear situation coming down here. You see both of them in 4th gear, and I mean, they make it look so simple. It is not. It's not that easy. Neil and Nixotica very, very casually through the identity, as you see Mello unable to finish this time. It is going to be back-to-back aces here for Damascus, and a 6-0 lead to open things out.
Quick tactic I want to highlight here. Watch the cars. They will all steer quite sharply on that plastic, which then enables them to land slightly sooner on that kind of inward moving road ramp. Gathers, I've heard reports of 0.3 to 0.5 of a second, and it's good to see that all players are able to execute that. And it's small tricks like that that can help you build up pace overall throughout an entire map. Easier said than done on a Trackmania World Tour map, even if it is of the easy variety. But it's tricks like that. It's optimizing your entire route that is going to be the trick to victory overall here, especially with this section as well. Some players are able to maintain their gear, which may or may not help them going up that initial climb for the identity. It's kind of hard to tell. Man, Nixotica and Neil line astern again. Not the first time that they've finished within a tenth of each other. Absolute domination for this opening map.
I mean, a 56-52 there. God. From Nixotica. Neil less than a tenth behind him, and obviously they run pretty much the same line, right? I mean, it's pretty much optimal, but there is, if you watch, there's one difference. Neil goes to the left on this ramp, and Nixotica makes that big swinging right to left sort of jump. I don't know which one's better. I guess you could say it's Nixotica's is better, as he's been finishing head on to Neil with his first mistake, but ultimately it's really not going to matter unless Mello can catch Nixotica here and try to force another round, but I just don't know if he's going to have the pace. It's nice to see Manox leading the way for a round here. Can he hang on? Really, I think you're hoping for a mistake, but that's not the mistake that they needed. It's not Nixotica who's going to be tapping that wall. It is Manox, and now Nixotica, should he be clean as he has been, 56-6. He has been the essence of consistent through these first 4 rounds, and that's going to be Damascus taking a 12-0 win in map number 1.
Yeah, Neil made that mistake, as you mentioned, through that ice section, but then was clean throughout the rest of it, where Manox and Mello were just unable to keep it together. So a 12-0 just quadruple ace situation for that first map, and Air Green probably feeling a little bit hard done by when it comes to how the brackets worked out. But again, broken record, but it is double elimination, so they have time. But there is a little bit more on the line, not for the losing team, but for the winning team. As we mentioned before, the winner out of this match does manage to qualify to that upper bracket, or rather to the day 2 bracket tomorrow, which is a single elim, but it is the top 8 teams out of, or who are able to make it out of day number 1. So Damascus Gaming trying to show why it should be them headed to day number 2.
And Air Green should they drop this series, which let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's only one map. But should they drop this series, they will have another opportunity in that lower bracket to qualify for day number 2. A bit of a bad draw for them as well. I mean, the fact that you're going to come up against Damascus in that final, or not the final, but the qualifier in the upper bracket. Little unfortunate for them, but they are going to make the most of it here as we see Neil leading the pack with his teammate in Nixotica just about really less than a tenth behind Manix, who's only a tenth and a half behind the leader. Make it 2 tenths now, as that's going to be a bit of an awkward line there. I don't know if he clipped that wall or not, but he's very slow as Manix out of that corner. And now Nixotica going to overtake Neil as Neil makes a mistake. That's going to bring Manix right back into the picture here for the lead. And Agility Dash, such a long map. I mean, almost a minute and a half of a map. You have to stay consistent. Now it's going to be Nixotica and Neil. Although Neil losing a ton of speed, he's going to drop all the way back to 4th. It's Nix now through the identity, taking first, Manix second, Mellow third. And after leading for about 80% of the map, Neil will cross the finish line in 4th, and we have a draw to start things out.
Dramatic mistake from Neil as well. You saw that slowdown, and then all of a sudden, both Air Green players just sailing past him like he wasn't even there, and turned it into a draw. So unfortunate for Damascus. Could have been a much better result here, but it is literally the first round on track number 2, so no big deal. Plenty of time for them to kind of pick themselves up, and plenty of time for Air Green as well to fight back against them. I know I didn't want to sound like I was predicting that Damascus was going to be through, although I can't fight the fact that they are almost certainly fan favorites to take this entire thing this weekend. But we have got to play it as evenly as possible, and Air Green are as good of a challenger as anyone in this tournament to take a fight to Damascus.
Man, it is crazy how much like the average speed is on this map. You start with a huge booster right into that long drifting left-hander, and then there's a bit of full speed, but this map takes forever to play.
Yeah.
You have so much speed. I mean, you know, as a viewer, you could make a cup of coffee, get some popcorn, sit down, and then catch the end of the round. And it comes down to that identity a lot of the times we've seen so far. Here, at least in this regional, as Neil is going to be the first one through. Nix, he's gonna steam by him. A 123-1 for Nix. Neil only 2 tenths behind him, but all that time was made up by Nixotica in the identity. That was probably the fastest we've seen anybody do that today here on this broadcast. And unfortunately for Air Green, they're gonna suffer the ace.
The ace that Damascus would have been looking for early on to kind of show that they were very much here to put this to bed as quickly as humanly possible. So early domination from Damascus yet again. They're just looking so good through that identity. I am very interested to see how Mannix and Mello are able to pick it up throughout the rest of this map. Whether it's one of those situations where they just needed a little bit of extra time to get warmed up. We see that very much in pretty much all facets of esports. There are teams that can hit the ground running, and then there are teams that are extremely good but just need a little bit of extra time to get their brains and their fingers firing on all cylinders. So maybe Air Green is one of those teams. I guess we'll find out.
And then there are teams like mine who decide probably best not to play and embarrass yourself in front of everyone.
Yes, there are those teams as well.
Well, actually, my team is the team that can't find a teammate. Who would want to?
You're on the LFG team.
Yeah. Not even LFG at this point. We just retiring from competition. Can't have a bad career if you don't have a career at all. But here comes Nixotica trying to chase down Mannix here, and that jump. Avoiding the penalty grass there. So much speed. Nix flew through this section last time, and he'll do it again. Mannix able to keep pace, but he still finishes 3/10 behind. Mello, though, will take third away from Neil, who did have a bit of a struggle there on that identity. And it is going to be a draw. And I think if Nix is running these 122s, I think a draw is kind of the best you can hope for right now if you're green.
Which is a massive bummer because you handed an ace to Damascus. So I would be more okay to kind of, quote unquote, permit that. Yes, somebody went flying. I didn't catch that either. I'd be more and more okay with permitting that if they weren't already at a 3-point deficit to Damascus. So Air Green really, really needs to start working on picking this up here, which is obviously easier said than done. But I mean, that's exactly what these regional tournaments are for. It's proving that you can show up and play against the absolute best people in your region.
And just a reminder again for anybody who is not 100%, Mello, a bit too inside there. That's going to give Neil and Nick Sadaka a ton of breathing room. But, we're playing for a little bit of cash in this regional. I don't remember the exact totals, but there is a little bit of money on the line. But at the same time, and I think mainly for these players, it's that opportunity to number one, qualify for the World Championship if possible, but also the opportunity to play into TMCL, the Challenger League, for the next split. So, two players, the top two teams with the, Nick Sadaka. Yeah, he should be able to finish that. Yeah, he had a decent respawn.
Oh my God.
He respawned. That's crazy. He respawned and still, Mannix was perfect through that identity and he still beat it to the line. Really? Anyway, the World Tour points obviously the most important thing for the players here, but at the same time, there is the opportunity to be a top two team out of the Americas to play for the Challenger League and everything. So, the regionals are very, very important. Is pretty much what I'm trying to say at the end of the day.
Quick time highlight. That was a 22.5 there.
Yeah.
From Neil. It's terrifyingly fast, and that is a perfect example of why so many people, why players are fearing Damascus, and why fans are favoring Damascus to go as far as they're predicting. Because when you have people that are capable of putting in times like that in rounds, that's ridiculous. I'm hearing that was actually a PB for Neil. So Neil drove a PB time on a World Tour map in live competition. Need I say more?
He was just sandbagging in his practice.
You think so?
Yeah. He said, all right, we're on stream now. Okay, I'll actually take I'll push it a little bit here. Obviously there is the whole secrecy with your times and everything. I mean,
yeah, of course.
Carl Jr. and Pac, if you go based off of public times, hadn't even played the tracks until today.
Exactly, yeah. They'd be your worst pick for TMGL success if we went off of public times. Oh, who was Mannix. That dying? Was that Neil? I think it was. Nick Sadaka does make it through. Oh, Neil snipes Mannix at the last second because he opted to continue his momentum.
Wow.
Oh, man. And the ace ends it for Damascus. They take it 11-2, and that's map number 2 going the way of Damascus.
All right, so anybody who's watching this who's going to be playing against Damascus, most likely tomorrow, assuming that they don't completely choke this series,
ban Agility Dash.
Yeah, don't pick Agility Dash into them. Let's just go with that. Just take that off the board. Don't pick it at the very least. Because my goodness, they are fast on that map. And here we go. It is slow down. This was the second pick for Damascus. So they won their first pick. They just took Air Green's first pick. And now we are into slow down. This is the first time we've seen this today,
yes.
Right?
Yes, yeah. At least on
everything's run together with the two MEA broadcasts and then the TMGL stuff. Yeah, I do think that this is the first time we've seen it in this regional on our screens here. So this will be fun. I do like this map. It is unique in the fact that you have to go slow to be fast here.
Yeah, most TMGL tracks are built with the idea that the faster you go, the easier your life is going to be. But you actually need to be very calculated in how you lose speed throughout the identity to keep that car safe, especially with the fragile block that you start the identity with. It can be really rough if you overestimate.
We saw Neil clipping that sign on that hairpin, and now he'll have to try to chase down Mello, as Mannix going to give Nix a little bit of a run for his money. We'll see who can beat two to the line. Mannix, some great speed, just able to overtake Nix as he just couldn't quite get the exit he was looking for, and that's going to be an early 2 points for Air Green. Great job by Mannix there, keeping it together. And, you know, funny enough, I think this is probably a map that I would expect Mannix to do a little bit better on in comparison to Nixotic and Neil. Not that, you know, Nix and Neil can't, you know, pretty much dominate any map that they want to, you know, they put their minds to. But I would imagine Air Green kind of matches up a little bit better against them on this map than say, you know, Agility Dash that we just saw.
Time will tell, I guess. I mean, the identity is definitely a lot is techie in that you need to manage that first drift. The second drift, you'll see a lot of players activate it by running through the penalty grass. The third one, I have only been able to get it with a Neo slide. I don't know if I'm just bad and people are able to do it with the regular one, but you really kind of need to be on top of things. Look at the Damascus Gaming players inside of each other. You don't get much better than that. Neil finally falling away just a little bit, but still able to secure the ace. Barely half a second behind teammate Nixotica. 4-2 going the way of Damascus Gaming. Air Green are definitely looking, in my opinion, have looked the best that they have throughout this series on this map. And even that is looking like it might not be enough to keep Damascus at bay.
That was a good round, I think, from Damascus, kind of shooting for that time. And as you said, they were kind of hand in hand really throughout that final couple of sections. Mannix was able to push the envelope a little bit there. Mello running in third. He's got about a 2/10 lead on Neil in fourth at the moment. And Mannix closing the gap on Nixotica. Can they turn this into some points? Gonna need it. Oh no, there goes Mannix. He's unable to control through that first drift. It's going to be Nix with some space. Neo's gonna overtake Mello as well, and it's another ace for Damascus.
God, I won't say from the jaws of victory, because Nixotica was still P1, so Mello, the best Mello could do was P2 at that point. But from the jaws of a defeat, they clutched an ace for their opponents. So, oh man, that is painful, especially through that final hill climb as well, that you feel like you've got it locked down, and then God, yeah, your opponent just screams past you. I don't believe any of the... Well, I don't know if any of these players play with ghosts on. I feel like at this level, it might be more of a distraction than a boon to play with ghosts on. But at the very least, I know that you're watching the splits on in the top left corner of the screen like a hawk, just to figure out where most people are. And yeah, man, that is brutal. Neil in the lead for Damascus here as we inch closer and closer to another run through this identity.
At some point, it's going to get so advanced we're going to need spotters.
Inside quarter clear.
Yeah.
That's NASCAR, buddy. You're an NCSA. That's how we do it.
All right, now Damascus, a point away. A point away from the victory here. That was pretty good. I appreciate that.
Take that off my bingo list. Yeah, I never expected to make maybe NASCAR in the Trackmania sense, but not actual NASCAR. That's a first for me.
Hey man, that you know, once you get spotters, then you start turning collision on, and it's a whole new game from there.
Oh God, please no, make it stop.
4v4 on these maps, collision on. It's more like roller derby than anything else.
Yeah. Just turn it into a demolition derby, exactly.
Well, Nick's again out to a lead. He added a mistake early on in the last run, and Neil ended up cleaning up for him. As Mannix has Neil directly on his bumper, but it's really all about catching. Nixotica and Mello needs to hustle as well if they want any kind of hope, and it's not going to come. Nixotica crossing the line in first. Doesn't matter what happens behind him. Damascus going through to day number 2 in convincing fashion here against Air Green. Neil with the style. I don't even think he's going to make it to the line. Almost made it to the line, but it is a 10-4 victory regardless. GG's to both teams, but Damascus, again, just skill gapping Air Green here.
Wow, that was very, very dominant by Damascus. I don't know. I won't say I'm surprised, but maybe I'm surprised at how dominant it was. They looked nigh on unbeatable when it came to slowdown. So GG Damascus, and they have won themselves a qualification to tomorrow's but to tomorrow's single elimination day 2 bracket for the chance to make it all the way and win the very first NCSA regional that has been, or at least that first position has been decided for them.
That was a quick match. I don't know if I don't know what the plan is. I don't know how things are going in the rest of the bracket. Actually, I haven't had a chance to look at the other matchups. Okay, so 100% Canadian is playing Yep Team, which is actually quite interesting. That should be a full Canadian matchup there, I believe. But I don't think we're going to jump into any other games. Obviously, we don't want to, we don't want it to ruin the competitive integrity or anything like that. But Leachy, I mean, we do have a little bit of time. Why don't we kind of break down a little bit more about Damascus? Sure. I mean, they're going to be playing tomorrow, right? They're the number 2 seed, assuming that 100% Canadians wins their matchup. So we may see a Damascus 100% Canadians matchup in that upper bracket semi.
That would be a banger. Damascus, as everybody knows, we just saw them as Neil and Nixotica. 100% Canadians is Tankrum and Zettins, the 2 Frenchmen who moved over to Canada for their studies, and they have now kind of settled in where they are. So that would be an absolute banger of a matchup. What these players are playing for specifically this weekend, hoping for the win. It is a €200 prize pool split. The money is split between first and second place in terms of the teams, but crucially, I would say more crucially, is the World Tour points, because the winner gets 7 points and the second place team gets 5. And then the third and fourth place teams, I believe, or not split, but they each get 3 points for their team's name. So that gets them a couple of moves closer to that wild card participation possibility when it comes to the World Championships. And there are multiple regions to go. Obviously, this isn't the only one. There is going to be 2 more for this stage, and I believe 3 more next stage. So plenty of time for players to rack up those World Tour points and a little bit of spending money on the side. But, start off on the right foot. I'm a very big proponent of that, and Damascus are definitely one step closer to doing just that.
Well, I do know we have some other games that are going on at the moment, so we are going to take a break. When we come back, we have a couple more matchups to go through, a couple more qualifiers. Things need to be sorted out to find out who will be our 8 teams in the bracket tomorrow. Make sure you keep it right here. We will be back very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome on back to the NCSA Regional. Day number 1. We are down in the lower bracket to figure out who will be the last 4 teams to qualify for tomorrow. This is not quite a qualification match, but we are very, very close to that. This is, however, Leachy, a very important one for these teams, as the winner of whoever between these two teams, funny enough, Air Red and Air Blue, whoever wins this one, we do have the picks and bans. We'll go ahead and throw that on your screen while we talk about this. Winner of this one gets at least 1 point towards the World Tour. So they get 1 World Tour point, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it does mean a lot to these players. You get on that board, essentially.
They get 1 World Tour point. They're guaranteed at least 1 World Tour point. The loser is out, as lower brackets tend to work. If you are in the lower bracket, you are done not only for the day, but for the rest of the tournament. So it is between Air Blue and Air Red to fight this out. Flip of Faith and Parkour, the first 2 picks. And I wanted to talk about this the last pick ban we saw. Arrow Pipes has been a consistent ban time and time again, and I am not surprised, because that identity is terrifying. I
don't know if we will ever see that map played ever in these regionals, just in general, unless there's a team that really grinds it out. But it does seem to be like, first pick, or rather first ban most of the time coming in. And I hope everybody at home is prepared for this matchup. There's nothing we can do about it. It's the way that the system works. But Air Red is the blue team, and Air Blue is the red team. So get prepared for this. So blue team is Air Red. They had the first pick. They picked Flip of Faith. Parkour was the counter pick. Then we had Slippy Slides, Slowdown, and now they are banning the remaining. I think there's one more ban. Yeah, it's Agility Dash that gets banned out. The random final map will be Freestyle, so that'll be interesting if we end up getting to it. But Flip of Faith first, that's cool. We've seen that once. We saw that early on in the day today. But again, Parkour, Slowdown, and we did see Slippy Slides as well a little bit earlier on. So interesting choice. Interesting lobby here as well, Leachy. We can set that up as the lobby is getting set up. Air Red and Air Blue, both teams fully South American. So, again, getting to showcase some of the best South American gamers we have here in the region.
Yes, so Air Blue we did see on stream a little bit earlier in the team, of course, consisting of Rookie and Kemper, the Argentinian and Chilean, versus Air Red, the team of all Chileans. It is Razgriz and Henru going face to face. So, yep, there it is. Confirmation. The color meme setup. Air Red is on the blue team and Air Blue is on the red team. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to apologize in advance, because there is no way I'm not making a mistake with with these two.
The best way, the greatest part about this is that you could just say one of the colors,
and people have no idea who you're talking about.
Right. I mean, you can't. You'll be right, and you'll also be wrong, I guess. But yeah, I mean, so this should be an interesting matchup. Again, this is a lower bracket match. It is not a qualifier for tomorrow, but it does. If you win it, it does give you a chance to qualify for tomorrow. But it also gives you a World Tour point. Unfortunately, only one of these teams can walk away with that victory. And we are going to jump in to map number 1 right here, right now. Flip of Faith to open things up between these 2 South American teams. And I do think you said Rookie was what? From Argentina?
I was just about to jump in and correct that. Rookie is Uruguayan. I am very sorry, everybody. I could the flags were super tiny on my screen, and I couldn't tell them apart. So typical American.
Yeah, well, just call him. Just say the red player from now on.
Red, yes.
Even though he's on Team Blue. Wait, no, he's on. Yeah, he's on Team
see,
Blue.
It's already happening.
But he is in red, and he is leading the match. He is leading the track right now, with the 2 blue Team Red players following relatively close behind. Razgriz, did he go too wide? No, he actually able to turn that one in just enough to stay on, but does not have the angle there. Rookie, however, beautifully done. And please go through. Okay, we don't see any dramatics at the finish line this time around, as it will be Razgriz to follow up in third. Kemper, it's still at the start of the map. I'm not sure what happened. He must have really struggled. I kind of lost track of him. He's 44 seconds behind. Not going to finish there, so it is a draw in 1-1 to start things out.
Not the best way to start out for the red team or blue team, whoever we're talking about. But, we'll get things rolling eventually. Razgriz in second, just behind the Uruguayan rookie. Will not get that wrong for as long as I live.
Man.
Henry flipping as well. God, it's such a lovely thing to look at, especially when the cars go off at roughly the same time. It's like a ballet. A ballet between all these cars. It's delightful to watch.
Yeah, I think that's, again, kind of what Trackmania brings to the racing genre in general. Rookie, I think he ended up tapping that wall. Either way, he was very inside, ends up losing a ton of speed. Yenru going to take the lead. Razgriz right behind him. The teammates separated by just about 2/10. We'll see how they fare with the final tricky section. Did Yenru go just a bit too high? No, he is going to land first. Razgriz ends up getting sniped by Rookie. Great final section from him to at least mitigate the damage, take away the ace, but it will still be 2 points to Air Red, who is playing as the blue team.
I'll tell you what, man.
I'm sorry.
I know. It's you and I are going to struggle for the rest of the series.
I know somebody in chat. I know there's going to be people in chat that are going to be upset that somebody made this. This is the automated system. The system does this based on seeding. I think the higher seed gets blue, I think, and Air Red was the higher seed. I don't know how exactly that works, but yeah, nobody assigned these teams these colors. It just
and we said it, but as soon as it was decided that we were watching Air Red versus Blue, the first thing I said, I was like, "Please God, tell me they're going to be the same colors." And then you got in before me. You were like, "Guess what, Leechino?" I was like, "No." It is what it is.
Makes it more fun. Makes it more fun. Wouldn't be NA Trackmania. Well, it's not even NA Trackmania. It wouldn't be NCSA Trackmania. A little bit of fun. Right now, Rookie and Kemper leading in by over a second at this point, and now it's going to be Air Blue's turn to take an ace here, and this time there's nobody to break it up. That's going to be a 3-point swing to Air Blue. It will be a 3-5 score line heading into the next round, so a good battle back. I mean, Rookie had a really good finish again at the end of that last round, but they were struggling a little bit, was Rookie and Kemper. But they turned it on that time, and a pretty good time as well. I mean, that was pretty consistent from them. They were relatively close to one another, and that's a bit scary if you are Air Red right now, trying to battle back. You don't want to see that consistency on a map that's as tricky as this one is.
Well, especially the surprise from Kemper as well, because Kemper had 2 rounds in a row that were not the finest that we've ever seen on this channel here, and I was getting ready to start building a point of like, maybe this just isn't Kemper's map, and they just kind of got forced into this one through the process of picking stuff. Ooh, and there Kemper. We see Kemper making another mistake, allowing Henry to pass him there for P2. And then in this, I'm going to get super meta with this. I was in the middle of making a point of like, okay, maybe it was just a little fluke because Kemper and Rookie were side by side for as long as they were. And then he just made that mistake. So I don't know what to think anymore. Oh, Rookie falls short, and Henry is going to snipe this one away. Kemper does manage to get P2 just barely, though. I heard the cries of concern.
Yeah. I don't want to see any more fails at the end of this map. It's a little pipe. You just fall off the pipe. That's all you got to do right into the finish.
Easy.
And it is a draw. So with that mistake from Rookie, turns into a 6-4 game. I mean, you're happy with a draw still if you are Air Blue. To keep that lead, especially if you get another draw here, you put yourself at the break point, the track point, if you will, and really kind of push the pace of the enemy team. As Razgriz, unfortunately, going to be the only player, I believe, who did not make that jump yet. He is the only player respawning here. Kemper going to lead the charge. Rookie, not the greatest jump, so it's going to come down to Kemper for Air Blue, Henru for Air Red. And this is going to be an important 1v1, though. Kemper, just about 4/10, and it's going to be even more as the bobble there from Henru. And Kemper, all he has to do really is just make sure he makes this jump. He's got decent speed. You need, I think minimum maybe 270, I think might be the minimum. Might be a little bit less than that. But you're pretty safe at 270. He had plenty there and will take first. Rookie even coming across the line in second. Not sure how he recovered that quickly, but he ends up with the ace for Air Blue, and this map is exploding right now in favor of the Air Blue team.
1 minute 0.9, and everybody following in just behind them. 9-4 on the side of Air Blue in red, and the lower seeded team starting this first map quite well. I'm sorry, starting the series quite well. I won't say they started the map well because again, Kemper had two rounds that were relative shockers, but he made it work eventually, and now P1 and 3 are the Air Blue players. P2 and 4, of course, Air Red. Awkward bounces from Henru, is barely able to save that one. That one is super awkward. Rookie will pass him, but Razgriz and Kemper far in the lead.
Yeah, they are nose to nose right now. The Razgriz a much better line with that reactor boost. Kemper's got a lot of ground to make up now, and he is going to be a little bit slower through the dirt. The Razgriz, not the greatest entry into that dirt section. This is going to be really close for him. He's not going to make the jump. Kemper's got the lead. He'll take the victory. Rookie able to snipe that one away as well. Insult to injury as Air Blue 12-4 with an ace to close it out. They'll take map number 1.
Wow, it's barely 2/10 in that as well. That's, God, how painful those jumps can be. And this goes back to a point that you were touching on, Hunted, is that much earlier in the broadcast, is that just as much your skill in actually driving the tracks and being consistent, another skill is to figure out when some epic fling jump attempt has gone wrong and how soon you need to kind of reset your car to make that attempt again. Because I bet if that failed attempt had been recognized a little bit sooner, they still would have been able to preserve a positive result. I think, honestly, the math of the points worked out to where they were dead either way, but in a different situation, it would have helped out a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, if you are, if you're Kemper in that situation, or rather, I think it was Razgriz in that situation, you're just trying to finish as high on the leaderboard as possible and hope for mistakes or hope for your teammate to have some miracle run behind you. So either way, unfortunately, they can't get it done. Can Air Red. And now we are on map number 2 as the front runners going to be Henru and oh no, actually what happened to Henru? Oh, he does have enough speed. Did everybody respawn there? It looked like
it was an awkward landing off of the jump there. Rookie winds up taking P2, Razgriz P3, and Kemper taking a sweet time to cross the line there in P4. Plenty of time to make that work. Air Red, early single point lead here on parkour. I just want to note something very funny. Somebody in chat mentioned that the Air Red, Air Blue with the team colors thing is like the thing with Iceland and Greenland, where Iceland is named to be like scary and icy and cold, but it's actually a gorgeous place to be, and Greenland's the complete opposite. Very funny. Very funny.
Well, thank you, random chatter, whoever you are. But I mean, at least we're not like switching colors between rounds or between maps. That would be even more painful.
Can you imagine?
Might as well just combine them. They're both air purple.
Yeah, air purple.
One of them's going to go through, so at some point, purple wins. Right now, air blue with the lead in the map count. They're trailing by a point, but looking to take an ace here as Kemper and Rookie. That's pretty clean. They'll both land it as well. That's going to be an ace to put them up 4-2 now, heading into round number 3.
4-2 indeed. Razgriz just working on finishing just for the sake of the muscle memory and the practice. Man, parkour is a very, very tricky one. This was high on my list of tracks that was giving me or that were giving me trouble for a long time, and I do not pretend to be any Trackmania player of any certain skill level, but man, parkour especially, when I was discovering these ones, this identity gave me so many issues, because you can still have the speed to make the jump, but what also matters is the angle at which you hit the ground can be enough to just kind of upset the car and destroy all your momentum for the following jumps. It's really important to land, not only make the jump, but to land properly so that you can make the next jump. It's hard.
Yeah, and I mean, the air control needed. I mean, we saw Neil and Exotica make it look easy a round ago, or rather a match ago. And to an extent, Rookie and Kemper, at least that last round, pretty clean. Kemper is able to adjust his line. What happened there to Rookie? It looked like he was going to make the jump, and he respawned. It's ultimately going to be Kemper, Henry, Rookie, and Razgriz going to try to limp across the finish line here. He has 5 seconds, should be able to make it with that setup, and he will. So it is going to be 2 points over to Air Blue, but Air Red do get one back.
Yeah, that I gotta say, that was actually a little bit awkward. I was more paying attention just to kind of the second by second action, but I must admit I kind of lost track of what happened there to poor Rookie, the Uruguayan. I'm not going to drop that. Oh, Razgriz out into the right side wall, so that is going to make Air Blue's job a little bit easier as they climb away from him now. 1.5 seconds in the rear as compared to the rest of the pack. Rookie and Henry fighting it out up front about halfway through the 4th round of parkour easy mode.
This is a pretty tight battle right now between Henry and Rookie, although Rookie gets the better of the ice bobsled. Henry fighting back through the dirt. He's going to have a little bit more speed. He is down into that second gear. I don't know if he's got enough to catch Rookie. He's going to need a bit of a bobble. I don't think he's going to get it. He won't. But a pretty good round, a 58-4 from Rookie. Henry only a tenth and a half behind. But again, it's the points that really matter, as Razgriz just unable to keep up with the rest of the pack. And it's an 8-4 score line here for Air Blue. And again, they're poised with a little bit of cushion here, Leachy, to take a 2-0 series lead.
It's looking really good for them, again, with the being the lower seed. Now, that said, we have seen some funky matchups because the seeding is determined by your matchmaking capabilities, and players that are known to be really, really good that just don't play a lot of matchmaking wound up getting themselves very difficult matchups early on in this in this tournament, in this bracket. So could be that Air Blue, yes, while objectively are lower seeded based on the rankings that we had, they may just be players of generally better quality. They just choose not to play a certain game type.
Here's Henry, and now Razgriz behind him. Can he hold off Rookie? Yeah, Rookie had to respawn, but Razgriz respawning as well. He's going to double respawn, use that booster, and I think he should hold off all challengers. He will. So there's an ace as a rebuttal from Air Red. That's going to give them 3 points back, and it will break that break point. To give them an opportunity to snatch this map out from underneath Air Blue, they need to repeat that ace. But they were given quite the breathing room there, as there were a couple of mistakes from Air Blue.
Now all of a sudden it is technically a double match point, because Air Blue just needs a victory. Air Red does need to ace it, but at the end of the day, the map victory is within both of their grasp. They just kind of need to make this round count. Luckily, nobody making any crucial mistakes through the early phases of this map. Let's see how they do with this quarter pipe transition. Everybody getting through relatively easily. A little bit of a bounce there from Razgriz, but does come away mostly unscathed.
Yeah, I don't know how you could take that any closer than he did and survive. But there's going to be a big chase on now, hoping for a mistake. Razgriz, not enough speed, but it's going to be Rookie and Kemper. Can they survive through the Identity one final time? They both will cross the finish line 1 and 2. Rookie finishing things off here with a 58.5. And that's going to be Air Blue acing their way to victory as Razgriz again unable to finish things off this time around. And now Air Blue in a wonderful spot after taking the first 2 maps to push themselves to that next round, collect that World Tour point, and have a chance to qualify for day 2.
Map number 2 in the books. Things looking very, very good for Air Blue. I'm trying to remind myself what map number 3 is, because I have in the
slip slides.
Yes, it is Slippy Slides. Bingo. Okay, we have seen plenty of people get upset here, specifically with the Identity, which feels so easy at face value because it's just a wide open bug slide, but there really are, as I touched upon earlier, there are a lot more variables to consider than people first expect when you look at it. You need to make sure you've got the right amount of speed going through, because if it's too fast, you can wind up going out too wide and slamming into those signs. So there are players that kind of release just a little bit to fix that and enable themselves to take a tighter line, but at the same time, you're also losing speed by doing that. So it's definitely a gamble and a balancing game of which line, or which tactic rather, works best for you as a player.
This map was a bit of a South American killer when we saw Charles and Nats doing battle here not too long ago on our broadcast. Those bug slides, again, I was surprised at how much players were struggling, as right now Rookie and Kemper have a pretty sizable lead heading into the first of the bug slides. That's a nice line there from Henry. He's going to overtake Kemper. Rookie does maintain his about 1.5 lead. It's up to 2 seconds now. And he just needs to live through these back-to-back slides. He finds the first one. He's a bit wide there on the second. Not going to cost him, though. He's able to keep it on the track. Razgriz actually overtaking his teammate to come in second. Kemper will round things out for Air Blue. It is a draw to start things out here on Slippy Slides. But everybody showing their capabilities here. There was a couple, and something we haven't really talked about, and you can touch on it if you like. That first bug slide that you do is that it's the bug slide with the reactor boost up the hill.
Yeah.
If you have too much speed going into that, you can very easily miss the reactor boost, and you're kind of dead in the water there.
Yeah, it's not as straightforward as it looks, which is kind of a theme when it comes to the bug slides on this map. Is that, yeah, bug slide, just hold your drift keys and you're fine. But there are definitely more variables to it than first meet the eye, and especially with that one, because you're also faced with that downward slope. You really need to keep that in mind when aiming for that initial reactor pad, and then you get the turbo to kind of send you up even further uphill. But it's all in that landing. Let's see here. We're riding aboard with Kemper. Lands nice and early and gets that gets the booster early as well, but a significantly wider line takes him out of contention. Razgriz in a clear P2.
Well, you say that he actually lost a little bit of time to the water, did Razgriz, but I don't think it's going to cost him too much as he instantly comes to the boost arrow. Again, wide from Rookie, very wide from Kemper, ends up clipping the side. Henry's got a chance. Kemper is so slow here, but I think he is going to get to the booster in time. Henry almost making up that gap. He is just about 2 seconds too slow, as he had made a couple of early mistakes, but Kemper, I like the idea of him not panicking. Tap the sign. You don't have to respawn. You just have to cross the line. You know you've got that, 8-second gap he had.
Definitely difficult. 2 Air Blue players now out to a nice early lead on this ice wall drop down. You won't see players as frequently using the entire width of the track there, or as at least not as frequently as TMGL players. You'll notice there's a little black beam that's on the left side of 2 portions of that drop down that if you want to preserve as much speed as possible, the players will kind of ride out there. But in regionals, you don't see that as consistently, mostly because players don't have that consistent aim to kind of keep themselves safe through the sections, and I don't blame them. I feel like at this point the name of the game is consistency, because if you're fast but you're not able to get to the finish line time after time, overall you're gonna be hurting your team more than helping them.
Well, speaking of, Razgriz was out in the lead there, but he had a bit of an awkward slide, a bit too far inside. Kemper's got the lead, but he can't rotate his car far enough. It's going to be Henru to overtake, and now Kemper is gonna have to respawn. Rookie had to respawn there as well. Razgriz in 4th. Can he snipe? Kemper again goes off the track. And it's going to be a 1-3 here for Air Red after everything looked lost after the mistake from Razgriz, but they pick up 2 points and we're tied.
Wow, okay. This map was a lot closer than I anticipated it being coming into this. 4-4 between Air Red and Air Blue. The pressure is definitely on Air Red, though, because as you can see with this beautifully done overlay, Air Blue are 2 maps up. They just need to put 1 more past their opponents, and they have moved on to the final round of the lower bracket, which would give themselves a guarantee of at least 1 World Tour point, fighting for 2 and day 2 qualification if they make it up there. Henru collision on that left side wall, so now we are currently staring down the barrel of a draw as long as Razgriz can kind of keep his composure here.
Well, he's got Rookie to deal with. Kemper went a bit too wide on that dirt section. He ends up touching the outside wall. Did Rookie get the booster? He did. He was very close. Actually has a bit better of a line there from Razgriz. And now Razgriz just a bit slow. It's going to take maybe a mistake from Rookie for him to catch up here, as Rookie has been relatively consistent on the section. He was a little wide there, but I don't think it's going to hurt him too much. Does have to exit out of the bug slide relatively early, and a mistake from Razgriz gives Kemper P2, and it's an ace for Air Blue back to a 3-point lead.
And all of a sudden, the story of this map changes very, very quick. We were tied 4-4, and now with this 3-point lead that Air Blue have just earned themselves, it's a very different looking situation. Oh no, Razgriz an early slide out as well. You don't see that too much, and is going to find himself very, very far back. Is basically going to be begging the Air Blue players to throw something, probably offers of PayPals in chat or something like that, but I don't know. You'd be hard pressed to get me to agree to a situation, especially when regional positions are on the line.
He's saying, "Take one for Air Purple. Take one for the team." An ace will win it here for the blue team in red. As Rookie leading the way, Kemper taking second for a brief moment. Henru overtaking again. And he does maintain a decent line, does Henru, so he'll keep second place at least for the moment. Kemper's going to gain on him quite quickly here. Now through the engine off section, through the water, into the bug slide. Kemper, no, Rookie makes a mistake. Kemper overtaking, but Henru's there in first place now. Here comes the bug slide to the finish, and it's Kemper by 800ths there. Rookie still having some struggles. Razgriz, can he catch him? Rookie is going to finish. So it is going to be a 2-point swing here. A 5-9 lobby now, and a draw will end this series in favor of Air Blue.
Oh boy. All right. Well done to Air Blue. All they need is a draw, just like you said. So they have fought very, very well. Obviously, you'd be assuming not to or you'd be attempting, rather, not to play for draws early on in the round, but they have done super, super well to give themselves a 4-point deficit here. Wow, or 4-point lead. Kemper, you saw just for a split second, was out on that black beam on the left side, like I mentioned, but too much speed, in fact, didn't really know how to control it properly, and now an ace position for Air Red, as long as Henru and Razgriz can keep everything under control, as we have seen time and time again. Easier said than done. Kemper, tons of speed, taps the wall, but actually doesn't wind up hurting him that bad because it slows him down enough to a controllable speed and is sitting relatively well in P2. Good. The second I say that, Henru's got speed.
And this is going to come down to a battle for second if Razgriz just keeps it going out in front. Henru does take second place away from Kemper. Kemper got to be trying to chase him down. He has the better of the bug slides, but he is a bit wide. Can he turn this one in? He can't quite get the bug slide, and that's going to be an ace for Air Red to keep their tournament hopes alive.
We have all been there. You saw he goes off of that spring block, but doesn't have enough rotation to the left to get the car around to that 90-degree angle that you're always aiming for those bug slides. And just, oh God, you could see just buckets of speed bleeding away as he desperately threw the car around to the slide. Did get it eventually, but at that point his opponents were far gone ahead of him. So 8-9, and this becomes a significantly closer affair. Somebody clipping the CP. It was our friend Kemper. And now advantage goes the way of Air Red. Henru and Razgriz fighting to catch up to Rookie right now.
So here's the situation. One player passes Rookie, we go to overtime. Both of them pass, and it's Air Red who is able to stay alive, and we go to the next map. If Rookie can keep this position, Air Blue is in, but there he goes. He's off the track. It's Razgriz 1, Henru 2, Rookie in 3 seconds behind. They have to be telling each other to safe it through this section. They are both going to get the reactor. Henru a little bit slow and a little bit wide. That is going to cost him some time. And he is down to about a second lead here on to Rookie. Gotta watch, see if Rookie can make up the time. No, he's gonna respawn. Everybody through. It's Razgriz, Henru. They're going to bug slide their way to victory, and somehow we are going to a map number 4.
Yeehaw. I am here for this one. I really thought this was going the way of Air Blue. That all of the signs of the momentum were pointing in that direction. And then all of a sudden, Air Red comes in and plays spoiler to those plans for Air Blue. So we are on our way to map number 4 with a 2-1 scoreline, still in favor of Air Blue, but Air Red, coming off of the back of that map win, should have a little bit more momentum in their favor. It's Slowdown up next.
What a map! What a map that was. That when we were watching that final round there, and Rookie was in the lead, you saw him kind of drifting off to the right side of the map there. It reminded me of that meme, the car that flies off the cliff. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That's
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I was watching him do that, and that's exactly what popped into my mind. I was like, this is how it's going to end here for Air Blue on this map. And unfortunately, that is exactly what happened. We'll see if that affects their mental. I mean, they pretty much had that map wrapped up. I thought we were done after 3. But Air Red takes us to map number 4. It is slow down as as we can see here on our screens with round number 1 underway. But I don't know. Kemper and Rookie, I feel like that maybe they're going to be playing with a little bit of fire, a little bit more passion even. You can see them both pretty good time up to this point in this first round. And the identity, again, gotta go slow to be fast here on this track. Rookie doesn't keep it, but he is going to manage to come back, and he's going to stay ahead of Henru, and they are going to finish 1-2 regardless, even after that mistake. What a recovery from Rookie. It's an ace to start.
They got away with that one. Unfortunately, Henru just a little bit too slow through that identity. Wasn't able to utilize the Neo slide to his advantage going through that final checkpoint to get the car sliding, so took a significantly slower line around the very outer edge on the right side. And that's the price that they pay. It was possible to get a point there, but these are those situations where, yeah, you can get to the end without knowing too many like fancy mechanics, but the fancy mechanics are what get you those extra couple tenths that can really make the difference, especially at this level of competition.
It's those extra mechanics that allow you to be the player playing on the stream and not the person talking about it in the broadcast booth. As right now, Kemper and Rookie again, 1-2 into the identity. This time, much better from Rookie. They are going to be neck and neck. Razgriz, that's really good speed. Can he snipe? He's going to snipe Kemper. Can't get Rookie. As Kemper ended up clipping the inside of that checkpoint pole, I believe. And it is a 2 points, or rather a draw, excuse me. So the 3 points will stand for Air Blue, but avoiding the second ace, that's huge for Air Red.
4-1.
You know what? Can I say this before we get too deep into this and I forget?
You sure can.
If both of these I hope both of these teams are back for next regional, by the way. And if they are not Air Purple and Air Purple 2, I'm going to be upset. They absolutely need to be Air Purple 1 and Air Purple 2. Or like Air Purple 1 and Air Purple A. You know what I mean?
1 and A. That's how you tell the difference.
Yeah. And then hopefully we have them play against each other again for extra confusion.
Are you allowed to change your team name between regionals, or do you have to stick with it?
Between regionals. Yeah, why not? I would imagine
why not?
so,
Okay,
right?
all right. Hunted says why not, so apparently that's the rule.
Well, it would make sense. Like, what if you get signed by somebody? There goes Rookie as we come back to reality for a moment. Razgriz. Oh, is he going to hold off Kemper? He is. He is going to hold off Kemper. We're going to have another draw. Henry's actually got a chance, but he just runs out of real estate. So another draw, 5-2.
Man, Kemper had really, really good speed. I think actually would have been able to or I'm sorry, not Kemper. Who was that clipped? I can't remember. It was Rookie, an Air Blue player. Had speed on whoever was P1 and unfortunately clipped that pole on the left side, which just killed it. May have been enough to snipe it away, but no matter. Still relatively early on in this map. It's 2-5 Air Red versus Air Blue team, or Blue team versus Red team. And we will rock and roll. In case there are any more chatters asking about it, the reason the teams are the color they are is because of the seeding system. The higher seed is the blue team. So Air Red was the higher seed compared to Air Blue. So Air Red became blue team and Air Blue became red team. So there's your answer.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Now, oh no, Rookie again, another mistake. Does he? Oh, there goes Henry. He's going to respawn, and now it's going to be all down to Razgriz. He has to make up some time. He took first. I switched to his POV. Yeah. All of a sudden is in the lead. Kemper able to hold off Henry, and Henry able to hold off Rookie. What is going on in this identity? Either way, it's working out for Air Blue right now. They still have this 2-point lead, but we saw this in the last map. They were winning until they weren't, and then we had map 4.
Yes, yeah, exactly. The important thing is that at least every single round, you're getting at least 1 point so that you are making progress. I feel like the most important thing is to prevent the ace from the other team, because that slamming into that reset circle was Rookie, so he's going to be quite far out of it. The most important thing, in my opinion, is constantly making progress, because not only does an ace mean 3 points for the other team, it means none for your team, which means you are completely in the mud in terms of the progress that you're making. And you always want to be pushing forward, as Razgriz and Henry are as we arrive to this identity.
Yeah, Kemper's had a great last couple of moments here. He's able to take the lead, but can he keep it? Razgriz. Oh, I think he just clipped that checkpoint, and Kemper didn't have a ton of speed, but it was just enough thanks to that mistake from Razgriz, and Henry just couldn't quite get there in time. That we have yet another draw, but this is an important one, as it puts Air Blue for the second time in this series an ace away from walking away with a victory.
God, and if Air Red now has a round victory, that would put it to 7-8, so Air Blue would still have the advantage, but then Air Red are an ace away from making it work. If they ace, then it's 8-7, and then Air Blue are still an ace away from making it work, but Air Red technically has the advantage numerically. God, so many different permutations. The thing to focus on is you need to get to the finish line faster than everybody else, and I'm going to call myself John Madden for that one instead of Bill Hunted for making the obvious point.
Oh, Razgriz goes too deep, and he couldn't get around the sign. It's going to be Rookie and Kemper looking to end it off here with an ace. Just need to keep it clean. They've got a 1.5 seconds to work with. Rookie ends up in the air a little bit there, but it's not going to damage him too much. He's going to lead his teammate to victory. And ultimately, blue, red, purple, whatever you want to call him, it is Air Blue who is the better color this time around. Even though they were playing in the red, they have taken down their teammates in Air Red. GG's, it took 4 maps. We thought it was going to only take 3. It takes 4. Air Red put up a fight towards the end, but ultimately, Rookie and Kemper, the 2 fastest players in the lobby today.
Well done to them. We have yet to see a series go all 5 maps. We have yet to see that illustrious map number 5 in any of the series that we have had the pleasure of witnessing here on twitch.tv/Trackmania. I'm hoping for this final on the other side of this upcoming break. I'm hoping for the lower bracket round 5, I believe, leads us to that. Could be Air Blue, could be other people. Air Blue have guaranteed themselves 1 Trackmania World Tour point. Air Red, unfortunately, their journey ends here, and we will see them hopefully next regional. Air Blue now have 1 more chance to fight it out to qualify themselves into day 2 of the regional and get themselves 2 World Tour points.
Well, we are going to take a short break to get everything set up for you. Make sure you keep it here. Go make some popcorn. We'll be back by the time you get back. It is the last round of day 1. It's a qualification round. The winner moves on to tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss this fantastic Trackmania action, and we'll be back in just a little bit. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Learning Colors with Hunted and Leachy here on the Trackmania channel. Actually, it is the NCSA Regional. It is the end of day number 1. We have played, 4 matches up to this point? We've got one more, and this one a qualification match. Only one of these teams, I can't believe that. I'm actually just registering that in my mind right now. Only one of these teams we're about to watch can qualify for tomorrow, get their 2 World Tour points at the very least. And yeah, continue on. We are jumping right on into the pick band here in just a minute, but it's Hunted and Leachy here in the booth with you all day. This time, it is Halcyon, who we have not seen. They have 3 teams total. Halcyon Dairy, which is going to be Milk Enjoyer and Cheese Lover, because of course. And then across the way, in red, is going to be Evo America. It is CD and DC for that team, because why can't we have a normal game of Trackmania?
I don't know. What the only normal thing about today is yet again another Aero Pipes ban. Look at that.
Yeah.
Banned by...
Slippy Slide's actually out early.
Oh, really?
And Back and Forth gets picked. Wow. There we go. Now I want to see Gyroscope. Somebody pick Gyroscope.
Please,
come on.
no, we haven't seen Gyroscope yet. Freestyle.
Well, there's a chance it could be 5th map. There's a chance.
Yeah.
Nope, never mind. There's no chance.
That was answered quite quickly. Probably not Agility Dash, right? Because they've seen... Yeah, there you go. All right, so it's going to be Parkour. Interesting. I was going to say I would have gone with Reps instead, but this was the randomly picked one, so you didn't really get a say in that. At least, honestly, I think banning Agility Dash was better than banning anything else, because I think Parkour and Reps are significantly more doable identities compared to Agility Dash. Parkour and Reps are a little bit more manageable.
Right, so it was Slow Down and Back and Forth picked by Halcyon Dairy, and then Evo selected Flip of Faith and Freestyle. And again, the blue team coming in is the higher seed, so they get the first pick. So it is Hydro and North, or as they are again in game, Cheese Lover and what is it? Milk Enjoyer. Milk Enjoyer.
Yes.
So don't be confused if you look on the Wikipedia page. It is Hydro and North, but they are playing under Halcyon Dairy. And yeah, I'm hoping we get a good matchup here. I think this one might be, you were saying you'd like to see a map number 5. This could be your opportunity to see that. I think that both of these teams are pretty up there as far as NCSA talent, and it's crazy that only one of them goes to tomorrow.
Yeah, it's almost a shame that only one of them can go to tomorrow, because I think both of them could make it relatively far if they were able to get to tomorrow. But the bracket is what the bracket is, and this is where they have found themselves based on their performances throughout the day.
I will say that I think for Regional 2 and especially for Regional 3, we're going to have a lot more fleshed out seeding, because players will actually have had enough time to play ranked and things like that, because you do get World Tour points for that as well, for ranked and stuff.
Yeah.
So it is important to these players to do that, to try to qualify for the World Championship. So, but I mean, hey, we've gotten some pretty cool matchups because of how crazy the seeding has been. That's just part of the game. That's what you got to overcome. If you want to win the regional, you're going to have to beat everybody anyway. So might as well get some of the most challenging teams out of the way now. And it looks like Halcyon Dairy is going to start things out, looking for an ace here on Slowdown, as it looks like we have a little bit of latency there from CD. It's going to finish 3rd. Don't care. Rounding up into the 4th place position so that it is an ace to start things out for Halcyon.
Yeah, this map looks familiar. 3-0.
It does.
Halcyon Dairy on Slowdown, the easy version of Slowdown. There's barely anything easy about it. This is one of the maps that I feel like went through the least amount of changes. Right there's a gap in the floor where there's normally the penalty sand that you saw right here. This turn over to the right is significantly sharper, and you also have like kind of transition from right to left on the dirt, but you kind of go through a dirt turn or like an intersection at the same time. It's a little bit tricky, but then from here on to the end, it's pretty much similar. So it's not too big of a difference between the easy version and the full fat version, to make a dairy reference.
Indeed. I was going to say this is like the skim version, but really it's still kind of difficult. It's at least 1%.
Yeah. I'll give you that. Wow. All 3 players. What in the world? Slamming. I think it was CD, DC, and Cheese Lover jumping down to the right side over that second to last hill. And Milk and Joy was the only person to make it through unscathed. So 4-1.
Cheese Lover definitely had the worst of that exchange, though. He had a horrible landing, had to respawn, couldn't recover. And hey, it leads to the draw that gives Evo their first point of the match. And, if you're wondering why we're seeing Hydro and North down in this lower bracket, which I was curious when I saw them, not having qualified already, they lost in the upper bracket to Final Form, who is Nova Star and Yandro. So, again, tough draw for them. Not surprised, to see, obviously one of those 2 teams had to fall. And now, I think this is an uphill battle for this Evo team. You can see as CD trying to chase down the 2 Halcyon players here. Can he make up the speed? No, he is going to, unfortunately, have to settle for a third this time around. DC able to cross the line 3 seconds behind. But now, look, it's a 7-1 scoreline. And you talk about demotivating scorelines. You got Braziled in Trackmania. I don't think that's great.
No, it's not excellent. There's the a draw would lead us to a Barca, so the 8-2.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see how things shape up. Cheese Lover, I think, tapping the wall there, so losing just a little bit of time. DC and Cheese bringing up the rear, but not for long. Cheese Lover, a ton of speed, actually able to overtake CD. I think there may have been a little bit of a zoop there, and CD touching the inside wall, needing to respawn. Halcyon Dairy may walk away with another ace here to take this 10-1. There's still about the final third of the map to go, but I don't know. They've looked really good so far.
Yeah, this is brutal way to start if you're Evo right now. Where is DC going? He has to respawn. Couldn't find the drift. Oh, Milk and Joy are a bit too far. Where is DC? He's just too far behind. And it doesn't matter, as it is an ace for Halcyon Dairy. 10-1 final score of this map. And we are already heading to map number 2. That was Slowdown, everybody.
I'm so sorry, everybody.
You all right?
The volume. Do you hear their custom horns? I think it's Cheese Lover.
I can't.
Okay,
I think my volume on the horns is too low.
I think I probably need to turn that down because it's all right. I'm bringing more attention to it. I'm so sorry. Map number 2, Halcyon Dairy running away with that one. 10-1. Very, very good victory. Easy version of Flip of Faith here. Track number 2. I would love to see a closely competed version or a couple rounds on this map because, like I said, it's something. It's a poetic thing to witness whenever the cars are flipping in midair simultaneously.
Well, I do agree. It is a whole lot of fun to watch. And this track, call it the UC version if you want. The identities are no joke. You need enough speed, and you need a good landing, and CD doesn't get that. He goes from first to, I believe, last. No, Milk Enjoyer did have a slip-up as well, so it's just going to be 1v1 for first, but Cheese Lover has a much better transition into that track section. We've seen a lot of players do that exact thing DC did, where he had that bobble, just not getting enough distance on the jump, not having enough speed. and it's very hard to keep your car under control. Cheese Lover showing exactly why he is so highly rated here in the NCSA region. Oh my goodness,
no.
Why did he do that? Please tell me he missed it
again!
And DC takes the win. CD's gonna come across the line. It's an ace for Evo because people can't finish this map.
Dude,
what the heck is going on?
I don't know. I don't know. And you know what? I earlier today, I said, I can't remember what team, I can't remember how early in the bracket it was, but I was saying something about how people take the line where they don't touch the pipe and they just jump straight into that upside down finish block, and how I would rather have the control of my car by driving on the pipe. I'm rethinking that stance now, because the only reason that happened is because Cheese Lover kept taking the pipe and then not dropping off of it fast enough, which was leading to making contact with the edge of that block. I mean, so maybe the safer move is just to drop off of it.
Look, man, when we come into Flip of Faith, my mind immediately goes to, oh, I wonder how many people are going to miss the first, the first flip. How many people are going to go too high on the second one and get sniped? I never ever think who's going to miss the pipe jump to the finish. And it happens, it's happened every time we've been here. All right, let's see. What does Milk Enjoyer have? Can he finish the map? He does in first. DC will take second. CD this time able to climb the ladder, and he will drop down into third. Cheese Lover able to cross first try this time. It is a draw, a 4-1 scoreline for Evo, and I mean that round has huge implications now. All of a sudden, I mean, if you can continue to find draws, that ace is huge.
They can, I mean, they can hold on to that lead. They're good enough to do so. Maybe specifically not on slowdown, but things are looking definitely a lot better for them on Flip of Faith. I don't know if it's necessarily a show of skill for Evo or Halcyon just having extra trouble compared to their competitors. Cheese Lover relatively far in the back now. DC fighting to catch up and actually does manage to overtake Milk Enjoyer, if only temporarily. Yes, needed to slow down to avoid clipping the wall. Just like Milk Enjoyer did, but Cheese Lover will take his spot. No big deal. That's what your teammates there for. DC and Milk Enjoyer fighting it out here at the back as we get closer and closer to the Flip of Faith identity.
All right, let's keep our eyes on Cheese Lover here. See if he can catch CD. No, that is a great line from CD. Cheese Lover will take second. Milk Enjoyer into third, and DC again having a little bit of struggles. Had to go twice through that section again, and we are here once more. It is a draw with CD taking first. A minute 5 for CD that time around. Not too shabby from him. It's a 5-2 scoreline here for Evo. And I'm glad we're not as dramatic as it was. I mean, this is an all-American lobby.
It is, yeah.
So, there's a little bit of pride on the line here.
Oh, amazing flip there from DC.
From
he
DC,
flipped so low, had so much speed, keeping that momentum. Don't Care and CD, a very, very nice lead out in front. It's not huge, but it's always nice to see both teammates driving pretty much line astern. Look at that catch up as well. Now they are very much neck and neck. Cheese Lover, a clip on the inside. Who was that? It was definitely CD. Cheese Lover and DC now climbing towards this final flip. Who gets it better? Riding on board with Cheese Lover. It's low, but it works. It paid off, in fact. He steals it away from DC, and DC can't get there in time. Milk Enjoyer way too far back, so this will turn into, I believe it's a draw, but Evo definitely coming away with the better situation, given the fact that they are still able to maintain this 3-point gap.
Okay. This ace, man, I'm telling you, this ace is everything for Evo right now. They are continuing to keep this 3-point lead because they were gifted an ace to start this round. The thing is about the scoring system and with how you only need 10 points to win a map. Even if you have a 3-point lead and you continue to find these draws, one ace the other way, and all, things are immediately shaken up from there. But right now, both Cheese Lover and Milk Enjoyer not enjoying this track too much, as they have both made some early mistakes. DC has about a 1.5 seconds lead over Milk Enjoyer, so CD out in front. And we'll see if Don't Care can stave off all challengers and make this an ace run. He has struggled a little bit with this second flip. CD.
Whoa.
Doesn't land it. Neither does DC, and Milk Enjoyer from third to first will take the dub. Now it's up to Cheese Lover. Can he snipe DC? And he can't make the jump.
Quite.
CD able to make it. Now DC has to hustle to the line. He's got 3 seconds, and what do you know? It's another draw.
This ace, just round after round is. What was that? It was back in round 2, I think. Is proving more and more important for Evo with maintaining this lead, because now they're within an ace from putting this one away. I don't think it'll happen anytime soon because of the frequent mistakes that we've seen going up to the identity section. But listen, if you can just keep drawing, that's all you kind of need. Look at how well DC and Don't Care, CD and Don't Care are taking that first flip. They're taking it so consistently. I love seeing that. Cheese is up here with them, but Milk Enjoyer very much out of the fight right now. This is all on whether both Evo players make a mistake and if Cheese Lover can overtake both of them.
Cheese Lover has to make a move. He needs at least second place here to keep his team in it. He is looking for the first place spot. Does have about a 0.5 tenth lead. Here comes DC. He's going to have to respawn. Oh, Cheese Lover doesn't make the jump. DC is now going to sit in second. Does he make it? He does. And is this going to be an ace to finish it? It will be. Ace to start, ace to finish, and Halcyon Dairy cannot finish this track. It's a 10-4 victory for Evo America. We're tied at 1.
This was Evo's pick, wasn't it?
It was.
Okay, that paid off. That sure paid off.
Did.
Because this was a story of Halcyon just being flat out unable to finish this track. It's exactly what you said. It wasn't that Evo were necessarily, really good at it. It's just that they flat out got to the finish. And that's the number one thing that Halcyon Dairy were struggling with. So we now go to Halcyon's pick in the form of back and forth. Maybe this is a way for them to get back into it, or maybe Evo is able to snipe one away from their competitors. I guess we'll find out.
Well, this is not the first time we've seen back and forth, but this is the first time in a while we've seen back and forth. And DC, okay, I was going to say in warm-ups, he was going backwards into that section.
Yeah.
And that is not how you want to take that. As you can see, everybody in the lobby with about a 3-second lead. As we'll see if CD can try to at least turn this into a draw. Now the identity is not necessarily free. I wouldn't call it the hardest identity in the game, or rather in the map pack. But it is still quite difficult. We'll see as Milk Enjoyer and Cheese Lover both pretty much neck and neck, right with each other. And they find that first corner, which has given some players some problems here today. They should both be able to coast their way through.
Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. 1,000th of a second between the two of them as well. Well done by Halcyon. That's gorgeous.
I don't know if they planned that because they both took different lines.
Yeah.
Like one went to the outside of the pole, one went through the checkpoint pole. Ace. And ultimately, it's an ace to start for Dairy. And now a 3-0 lead.
That triangle line is definitely risky because the sharper you take it, the more you risk actually jumping off of the ground with that reactor. and then it's very difficult to predict what happens there. Sometimes you get lucky and you just fly right in, and other times it completely messes up your trajectory and you are dead. And if you don't have any competitors close to you, then no big deal, because then you just kind of right yourself and figure it out. But if it's a match where you're like maybe a tenth or two away, separated from everybody else around you, that is definitely a mistake that can cost you big time.
And interestingly, they do sort of I wouldn't call it an inverted 360, but they do sort of a reverse 360 into that ice section, and now obviously into the identity. Bit of a backwards drive. CD was keeping up for the moment, ends up falling and taking a bit of a swim. Oh, who was that? Somebody missed the checkpoint. That was Milkentor. Wasn't able to cross the finish line. Where's CD? He's going to come in second. And there's another ace. And he again clips. There goes DC. God. And it's a draw. It's a draw just like that.
Ooh, okay. See, and this is, oh my God. What an example of it's not over till it's over. Halcyon had that in the bag. And then a single player makes a mistake, and they're done for. Oh, DC, my dear Lord, what are we doing here? Okay,
he's giving them 10-second head start every round.
He finally got his act together.
I don't mean to laugh, but it is kind of funny. It's just three rounds. I don't know. Maybe he really thought that, or I don't know. Maybe he hasn't practiced this map. But why wouldn't you?
That's probably it. That's probably it. I mean, it's definitely a tricky thing to get if you don't know what it is, but once you know how to do it, it's not too difficult. So I'm just guessing that he probably just hasn't spent too much time on this map.
I mean, I guess this is a regional. It's not like, it's not like this is TMGL or anything, but still kind of surprising to see. But fair enough. We'll see if they can hold on this time. Oh, CD makes another mistake. This is exactly what we saw last round. Okay, Milk Enjoyer this time able to cross the line, finish the ace, and that will put them up to 7-1. And it seems like if Halcyon's going to win a map, they need to do it in like the first 5 rounds. And if Evo's going to do it, they just need to draw their way to victory.
Reports from Import from Evo fame. This is in fact DC's first time on this map, so this now makes complete sense. Everything is clicking in my head now. So sorry, DC. I do apologize. I did not mean to laugh at you. It was just it's a little bit comedic when you see everybody else storming ahead of you. I do apologize.
Well, what's the thought process? Why would you not ban it? I mean, maybe he has other maps he hasn't played either up to this point, or maybe you just never expect anyone to pick this map. I don't know.
Because to be fair, this was a Halcyon pick. So yeah, there's that.
No matter what, it is an uphill battle for Evo. I think as we see Halcyon again, both players making it to the reverse checkpoint before anybody from Evo able to get there. And CD ends up touching that outside wall. Should they both cross the finish line? They do. It should have been a perfect sweep. Let's be fair. It should have been 12-0. But it is a 10-1 win for Halcyon this time around. And they are on match point as far as the series is concerned. 2-1 heading into map number 4. And this was Evo's pick. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head which map they picked from track number 4. I want to say it wasn't Gyro. What was it? It was a map we haven't seen too much, right? I thought.
Are you doing the thing where you keep on talking until the map pops up so you look intelligent?
No.
This is, oh my God, Plastic Start. This is Freestyle.
Oh, it's Freestyle.
I couldn't see it before the name popped up.
Okay, maybe, what am I thinking of? What is the 5th map then? I thought there was a map we haven't seen a lot of that is late.
It definitely wasn't Gyroscope.
I don't remember.
I don't know. Anyone in chat remember? I'm seeing reports of Parkour being the 5th map.
Maybe.
Oh, it is. It was Parkour. Yes. I remember. It was definitely Parkour.
Huh. Oh well, we'll see if we need that map or not. Yeah. Again, Halcyon. Both map wins have taken 5 rounds, right? Or 4 rounds?
I think so. I know that both map wins were by a score of 10-1. So that's a fun Trackmania trivia piece of knowledge for you.
Evo definitely benefiting off the mistakes made by Halcyon on that second track. We'll see if they can battle it back now as CD and Milk Enjoyer up through into the dirt section, and then we've got this big 180-degree turn. Certainly fun to see how these players manage it. It's really gives you such a good line, and they take that so very well, so smooth. Now into the identity. Oh, it's only CD who's able to cross over. He'll take first. There comes Cheese Lover in second, DC third. So it's an Evo 2-1 score to start things off here in map number 4.
This plastic start always messed with me because I could never figure out whether it was faster to avoid the water and take the slightly longer line, or if it was faster to go through the water, which is a shorter line, but then the water reduces your ability to turn. But it doesn't matter super much because, like, you get on the dirt right after, which immediately dries the wheels off CD, slamming into that wall, so that is not going to make his day any better than it already is. And what it comes down to, I think, quite honestly, at the beginning is pretty much preference. I've seen world record do it a certain way, but I'm not super interested in what the world record does. I want to know what's the most consistent, especially for a competitive environment.
Right. Well, we are certainly in a position where we will have a lot of runs on this track through the next 3 months or so, with how much Trackmania we've got to play, as Milkajoy are going to be the first to. The identity takes it quite well. DC does as well, but he does hit the inside wall. I don't think that's going to cost him. CD slow as well, but Cheese Lover was just about 5 seconds behind. Can't catch up, and it is a draw. 3-2, still in favor of Evo.
See who... I don't think... Does anybody go through the water here? No, I don't. No, they take there and they go... They don't go outside here, and I had seen some people take this outside line, and there are other folks, like, who is that? Milk Enjoyer, who actually goes very inside, which gives you a temporary advantage. But then you get all the way out here, and it pretty much dries up. You see CD has now taken that spot back, and in fact, who was that? Milk Enjoyer slam, or just clipping around that outside. So now it's going to be between Cheese Lover and CD at the front of this pack.
Let's see. Can CD hold off Cheese Lover? DC's not too far behind. He's only about 6/10. Make that 5/10 now, though he is going to lose a little bit of ground there as both Cheese Lover and CD screen down this long downhill into the 180-degree turn. CD does have a little bit better exit speed. Can he turn this into a win? No, he just clipped it. He went too high. Cheese Lover, he can't make it work, so it's DC from third to take the top spot. CD, unfortunately, will come through in the final spot, so we have another draw, and Evo again utilizing the draws to push their way up the leaderboard. It is 4-3.
Do not underestimate this identity. The mechanic is easy enough to execute, but the positioning that your car needs to be in to make it work is really a lot more accurate or a lot more specific than people give it credit for, because what we just saw there, they got the mechanic to work, but then they clipped on the inside of that, like, LED advertisement board thing, which completely threw off the momentum and the trajectory of that flight midair. So you really need to make sure that you have enough room between the car and the surface that you're flicking it off of to be able to make it work, and it is not as straightforward as it looks.
It definitely, I found doing that trick or doing that identity in Cam 3 to be the easiest way, at least for me, as Cheese Lover and Milk Enjoyer are both up to it. Cheese Lover, it looked like he didn't have enough height, but he is able to make it work, and that's going to be a big ace for Halcyon, going 1-2, a 1-0-2-2 for Cheese Lover, and now a 6-4 lead and an opportunity to end this series.
Milk Enjoyer did the cool guy thing where he did the full 360, which does give you a little bit of extra height. It definitely slows you down, but, you know, he knew he was safe, so why not go for it? Like make it look good on the broadcast. That's I support it. We're all about that here. Make things look flashy if you can.
Oh, absolutely. Why do something, why do something at all if you're not going to do it? Make it look cool.
I live by that mantra.
Could be worded a bit better, but let's see now as Milk and Joy are going to enjoy a 2/10 lead over top of CD. He's looking to push his advantage through the dirt. He does land a bit later, so Milk and Joy just a little bit more speed down through the downhill, but again, CD with more speed coming up. This time he's just too low, but can he make it work? No, Milk and Joy is going to take first. DC will pass his teammate, and we do end up in a draw. This puts Halcyon in a perfect position. Match point now, 7-5, and Ace wins it.
Oh boy. Okay. I hope that CD and Don't Care have enough in the tank to at least make this interesting, because I think this series deserves a 5th map, and I think the audience today deserves a 5th map, because like we said before, we have yet to see that pop up on this here Twitch channel, and I don't know. Both these teams are good enough to make it happen. The problem is that's kind of like a double-edged sword, because if one team is as good as the other team and it's currently 7-5 with Halcyon in the lead, then they're good enough to kind of keep it tied at a draw round after round and just kind of keep that stalemate existing and maintain that lead for Halcyon, which is exactly how it's shaping up for right now with how the positions are.
But this identity has eaten up a lot of players up to this point. CD goes too low. Milk and Joy has to respawn as well. DC can't quite make it work. It's going to be Cheese Lover, CD, Milk Enjoyer, DC, and now Halcyon. 9-6. Needing 1 point. As you can see, DC, this is kind of the trap you can get into.
Yeah.
If you have a tough spawn, he's not even going to be able to cross the line there. Again, a 9-6 point total here. 1 point will do it. It has to be at least an ace from Evo, and then from there, you're still having to fight for a victory. But a slow start from DC. He's going to have to try to play catch-up here, as their tournament lives on the line. Evo America. Was that a mistake? It was. That was a big mistake from CD, and now if you are Halcyon Dairy, if you are Milk Enjoyer and Cheese Lover, it's safe from here. All you have to do is get around the track in a decent amount of time. Don't need to risk anything, and you will secure your 2 points. You'll secure your berth to tomorrow, and you will take down Evo America.
It's a shame as well, because Evo is such a widely known name in the Trackmania community. And to see them go out on day one when everybody knows CD, everybody knows Don't Care, just hearing about people just having IRL commitments and having difficulty being able to practice properly for stuff like this. Listen, it is what it is. Sometimes life gets in the way. Halcyon Dairy not needing the ace, but definitely enjoying the ace. They will take this entire match by a score of 3-1 maps, 12-6 on the final map. Halcyon Dairy qualifies for day number 2 and gives themselves a minimum of 2 Trackmania World Tour points. Evo America's journey stops here.
We do have, do want to say congratulations to Halcyon Dairy. Really looking forward to getting them into tomorrow. Was just informed that we do have another match if you want to jump into that one, Leachy. We do have the end of another match. I don't know exactly which match it is, but we are going to bring you a little bit of extra content. Why not? You guys have been great in the chat today, and we appreciate, obviously, everybody coming out and supporting the NCSA scene as we get day number 1 wrapped up here. Jumping on into this map, it looks like it's Trolla versus Air 300. So it's Lingo and Buckley versus Zimmy and Stoke, and we are into map number 3. I don't know if are you in the lobby here?
Yes, sir. Yes, I got you.
Okay. Yeah, so we are into this one, and looks like Air 300 just about poised to take their second map win, but looks pretty good. And again, this is qualification for tomorrow.
This one's for the fans. I know a lot of people were asking about a Buckley match, so here you go, Buckley. You're now famous, more notable than you may have already been. Stokine and Sussy, aka Lingo, going at it right here at the head of the pack on back and forth. This is the map with the reverse beginning as well as the reverse identity. Sussy, having a little bit of trouble, but not as much trouble as Stokine. And the second I say that, they're pretty much right back where they are. They both respawned at the same spot. Stokine getting around and does take the successful triangle line. Can Zimmy get there in time? He sure can. Buckley, oh no. Oh no.
Is that the start of the track? It's hard to tell.
It's at the ice wall ride where you spin like 360 and come down.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, no. Poor guy.
Well, hey, I was going to say, I don't know what it takes in the Trackmania community. Obviously coming from other esports and things like that, but, is a world tour point enough to get Buckley a Wikipedia page?
I don't know. That's a good question, actually. I don't know.
Because if it is, it's a good case to be made.
God,
so here
Buckley,
we are,
look at this car skin.
I know.
What are you doing?
I was just gonna say that's nuts. Funny enough, the tires actually look pretty sick with that, like the color scheme. The white tires with the blue and the decals. But the rest of it's an abomination, obviously. But here we go. Air 300, a map away now. We watched them up against, it was Air White, right? I don't know.
Yes,
one of the colors.
it was Air White.
It was a color.
So many air teams, man. It's hard to keep them straight at this point.
I'm just glad Air 300's memorable because they're a number.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, they're probably the easiest to tell apart.
Exactly. But looking pretty good here, and obviously, Sussy, or as most people know him as Lingo, obviously must have been performing pretty well today. Able to get this far to this elimination matchup, able to take the first place spot as Zimmy will cross the way in third. So we will have a draw to kick things off here on parkour.
Go, Buckley. You got it, dude. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
That's so close. I'm just going to turn into Buckley's personal cheerleader. You got it, dude. So close. 1-1, the draw. Doing just enough to salvage a point per team there.
So at what point, if you just assume that Lingo's going to win every round, at what point do you start to just call it off and say it's a tie? If you draw all the way to 10-10 and what happens?
Well, I don't know that it's fair to assume that he's going to win every round based on
I'm not saying in this lobby.
Skill level, yeah.
Not in this lobby, but just in general. Probably one of, I would say, I don't know, this could be controversial. I would say he's in the top 3 in the region as far as speed goes. I don't know about all these tracks. I don't know how much he's practiced them. But he's looking to take the first place spot again. Stokine definitely giving chase, and that is a 3/10 victory there from Sussy. Oh, Zimmy, no, he's going to have to respawn. Ooh. I don't think he's going to make it. Oh, he does cross the line. Oh. He crossed the line at the last second.
Wow.
Could not have gotten any later.
To be quite honest, I was watching Buckley because I wanted to believe in Buckley overtaking him and getting something there. But unfortunate, it didn't happen. That's the mistake that I make constantly with parkour is landing with a little bit too much of a bounce, and then it screws up your ability to line up for the next jump. It's all a cascading effect. It's really frustrating to deal with.
I don't know, man. So think about it, right? Think about like if you had, technically, actually, I don't know. I don't think TMGL players are allowed to play. But let's say Carl Jr. retires from TMGL and just decides to play regionals, and you put him. You could put yourself on his team and just pray you get a third place in one of the maps, or like in one round, and you just win.
I guess. I mean, if you're happy playing second fiddle, I feel like I would want to. My competitive drive would kind of want me to.
A win's a win, man. Win's a win.
Buckley. Oh, the double respawn. Oh, he's got it.
He's got it. And there it is. There's the third. That's what you need. And now all of a sudden, it's 4-3, and now you have to beat Lingo once.
Wow. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, from here now they can just keep on holding out the draws, and maybe this is the out of all the matchups. This is the matchup that we see map number 5.
I wonder what map 5 is. How upset would you be if map 1 was Gyro?
Oh my God, I'd be so mad. Ugh.
This is definitely fun to watch. I love this strategy, and it is nice to see Sussy play here as well too. So
Stokine, what happened? Is he back here?
No, he's in there.
Okay, all right. I totally lost track. I misread the timing tower a little bit. Okay, yeah, hanging out Air 300, hanging out in the draw position. And man, yeah, Sussy has been pretty consistent on parkour.
The big thing though is if he makes one mistake, you get the potential to be aced, and then it's all. I mean, it's over from there. Yeah. I think. So he wins this round. It's a draw again. We're gonna be here forever. I mean, we made the joke about Air 300 and the 300, meaning that's how many rounds they need to win. That might come true.
It might. Ugh, let's see. Listen, Buckley's got the start down. I believe in him. He's just got to catch up a little bit through the sausage section.
He's had a third. He's gotten 1/3. If you can get another one, then you might as well just GG if you're Air 300. Go to the next map.
A tiny little trick there to focus on some honest commentary for a second. Tiny little trick there. Oh, as we see Zimmy slide out, Buckley with the overtake. Zimmy. Oh, Zimmy can't even recover that. So all of a sudden, hang on, we see Trolla in a position where they may actually be able to get a victory and score themselves 2 points. It really all does come down to whether Buckley can get through the identity. We'll stick here with Sussy and Stokine just for a second to see how their journey is, and they both very easily make it through there.
Consistent.
So Buckley, all he needs to needs to do is get to that CP double respawn, and he makes it. But with 5 seconds now left in the countdown timer, that is going to be very difficult.
It's a draw, right? It ends. Zimmy even finished as well.
Oh,
I didn't see Zimmy finish.
Yeah, he just got that. Okay, all right, fair enough. Trolla's still in the lead. That the end result is that Trolla's still in the lead here.
They are. I mean, they just need to hold out for 4 more points. Is this? Do we watch them win a regional and then this is like the turning point where the rules get changed, where you have to win on a win, you can't win on a draw.
It's just 7 draws in a row, and it's like, oh, this was one of the wins ever.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, this would be. I mean, it would be a classic. Buckley's going backwards at the moment. Stoke actually has a pretty decent line on Sussy right now, though he is a little bit shaky coming out of the bobsleigh. And now Sussy is so consistent through that dirt section, takes such a great line, and Stoke ends up touching that front lip, and it will be another victory here for Sussy. And now the struggle to get across the line for Air 300. Buckley, I don't think he has enough time to get there. Stoke might not finish. No, he's going to hit the sign. And it should be a 2-point swing. Oh, my word.
Oh, my God.
It's 8-6, and we're I mean, it's match or track point here. We could be going to map number 5.
This could be it. This really could be it. 8-6. Air 300 need an ace to take the lead, but with how consistent Lingo / Sussy has been, I don't know about that. But I'll tell you what, a draw isn't going to cut it. Air 300 definitely needs to get somebody out in front of Sussy. But hey, maybe this is kind of, the chance that Trolla needed is just to have someone who is so solid on a map like this, like Sussy is, where he's basically a guaranteed P1 every single time.
Here he comes to the identity again. And he, again, is consistent all the way through. And Buckley's in third. Oh, he can't make the jump. He needs to double respawn. Come on, man. Oh, actually... He did it! That's it! We're going to map number 5.
It's map 5! This was the matchup that did it!
Unbelievable, dude. I honestly can't. This is Trackmania history.
Oh my god. I love it.
This is fantastic. I'm telling you. I want to see when Carl Jr. gets to be more of an old man than he is. I want to see him take like a first day Trackmania player and win a regional with him. Just to see if we could do it. But at this point, there's that opportunity for Lingo and Buckley to move on to tomorrow. They could be making day 2. As we're into map 5, I don't know what track we're on. I missed the intro.
It was Slowdown.
Ooh.
I think we're just waiting for some stuff to load in the background. But Slowdown will be interesting. I haven't seen... Have we seen Zimmy and Stoke on Slowdown yet? I honestly cannot remember.
Uh-oh. Oh, no, wait, what happened to the carry? He's gone.
Oh. That's not good at all.
Hang on. I don't think we can pause. I don't think they have the ability to pause either.
We cannot. I've heard from our match officials in the background, we do not pause for regionals or at I don't know. I don't know. I'm not the person that makes the call. I'm going based on hearsay. Buckley, he seems to be. He's either going solo, not driving on purpose, or maybe there was a pause agreed upon. Round skipped. Okay, You know what? Yes, okay, so we're pausing. So we will force you folks to look at our faces while they sort out the stuff in the background.
I was actually going to be very disappointed if we didn't get to see this map at least play out.
Yeah, me too. Unfortunate.
At least play out. And I mean, I feel a little bit... I don't feel bad for Stoke and Zimmy, but there has to be at least a little bit of pressure, right? I mean...
Yeah.
You're a map away from day 2. You weren't able to win a single round in the last map. You end up. Now, I will say, I think this map gives them a lot better of a chance because parkour is difficult with the identity, right?
Yes.
And we saw how good Lingo was at the identity. Like he didn't make a mistake. He was fast into it, fast out. Okay, this time at least there's a chance that you can have a quick identity through slowdown and maybe. Take a map win or 2, and then all of a sudden, you're into tomorrow. But I want to see this played out. I hopefully we can get Lingo back in the server. We can see how this goes.
Yeah, just checking in-game chat. He, for whatever reason, wasn't able to load in, so he's in the middle of restarting his game. I have no idea what the rules are in terms of like delaying a match or something like that. So clearly I was wrong about not being able to pause because right now that is the situation. I know that matches cannot be continued, like they can't be played out in a 1v2 scenario. So hopefully we do get Lingo back in because I believe if he doesn't get back in, I think that actually turns into a forfeit in favor of Air 300. And going to map 5, I really... don't want to end the day that way because this is quite literally, if you're just joining us or just joining us for this series, this is the first time that we've gone all 5 maps with 2 teams that I think is fair to say we probably wouldn't have expected this matchup to go all 5 maps, but here we are. So I hope we don't have to have that taken away from us, but I guess we're sitting here on a pause screen, so time will tell.
Well, yeah. Hopefully we can get everybody back into the lobby. I mean, I don't. Regardless, it's been very fun. I'm glad we were able to jump into this match in general to see how it plays out. And this is kind of like I said, I think this is sort of a little bit of some Trackmania history we're witnessing here. So I hope we get to see it go. Hope that it goes to all 5 games. I know that we can't, I don't know, kind of in your boat, I don't know what the rules are as far as timing-wise is concerned. Like, if he can't get back into the lobby. But I also don't know if you disconnect from a server like this, could you even get back into it? I don't know if that's necessarily the case.
I couldn't tell you.
So I don't know, man. I just hope we can get this going. I would really hate to see it end like this, but if that's how it has to be, that's how it has to be.
Doing some radio commentary saying that for some reason he's having trouble getting back into the server. So crossing fingers, not the way that we want this first day of regionals to end, but it is what it is. Hopefully he can get back in. I'm surprised that a game restart didn't fix it, but he's saying that there's no button to join. Oh, okay. I hope it works out, but at the very least, yes, we'll kind of go down this route. I'm very glad to have been given this opportunity. Hopefully, everybody in chat has had an absolute blast as well, watching along as the day has continued. And the good thing is that we're only pretty much halfway done because we have day 2 of the regionals tomorrow. It switches to a single elimination bracket. It is the top 8 teams that go through. Everybody on day 2 will have gotten themselves a minimum of 2 World Tour points, which are very important when it comes to wild card qualification for the World Championship at the end of the season. But they are working on getting even more. The winner of the... Hang on, let me pull up the page again. The winner of the regional gets 7 points. Second place gets 5 World Tour points. And third and fourth both get 3 points each. And there is also a little prize pool of 200 euros, which is split between first and second. So you get just a little bit of extra spending money as well.
Yeah, and still everybody trying to get him to get into this lobby here. Again, a little bit technical issues. Sorry about this, and hopefully everything will get resolved here in just a moment. But, I mean, this does kind of give us a cool little bit of an opportunity to sort of wrap up the day. And like you said, we're not done. We've got all of tomorrow after TMGL is concluded as well. We are starting here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe tomorrow is the same time, 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, right here on the Trackmania channel to conclude the NCSA Regional. The MEA Regional also happened. They've already played both of their days. That was concluded earlier this morning. If you missed that, definitely go check out the VODs when we are done, as that was quite a lot of fun to watch as well. But yeah, if you are new, I have seen a lot of people in chat that say, hey, I've never watched Trackmania Esports before. This is really cool. Make sure you follow the channel. We have so much Trackmania Esports in the next couple of months is actually insane. There's going to be a lot happening. You're not going to want to miss it. Make sure you follow the channel here to get reminded for every time we do go live. This is just the first of 3 regionals for one of 4 regions. So there's a lot of Trackmania to play. And of course, you got the World Championship, you got the All-Star stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun. But still, sorry, go ahead if you want to add something.
No, yeah, you touched on the All-Star stuff. That is also something important to mention, is that after Stage 1, the number 1 team in terms of regional performance gets invited to that All-Star event, and the top 2 go to the Trackmania Challenger League promo relegation event, which is at the end of each stage. So there are definitely multiple facets of things that you are competing for all throughout these regionals. And even if you don't have a team for regionals, there's matchmaking. Keep that in mind too. You can get World Tour points based on how high you were able to get yourself up in matchmaking. Now, granted, you got to do like a pretty good job to get up there, but it's just, I don't know. For me, it's one of the best decisions that has ever been made for Trackmania Esports, is to kind of get funnel all of the process of getting yourself into the circuit built into the game. You don't need to kind of spend time looking outside of the official circuit to look for like bubble scene tournaments and anything like that to kind of give yourself any sort of legitimacy. You can just do it with you, yourself, and you. Except technically not, because you do need to register with a teammate, but you know what I mean. Like you don't need to look outside of the ecosystem that the developers have built for us. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah. And find yourself a partner in matchmaking. Convince tell them to sign up with you in regionals. I mean, that's the other thing too. I think it's max of 64 teams can sign up, and there are still plenty of spots. I'm sure there will be enough open spots for anybody who wants to play in the next regional next month. So, keep on the grind. And if you find somebody to play with, definitely sign up. We would love to see more teams here playing today. And I know we would love to see a game going on here. Again, I mean, everybody is working behind the scenes to get this to work. I don't know exactly what the issue is. We've been given news a little bit here and there, and apologies, folks, for us not being able to get this on your screens at the moment. But hopefully we can get this map 5 going. It is going to be an interesting one here on Slowdown. But actually, I did want to take a look at the bracket because we hadn't had a chance since we finished.
Yeah, true.
Do we know who won from the other? Okay, so it looks like, I don't know if I mean, I guess this is kind of spoilers, but you're not going to see it on this broadcast anyway. So if you haven't watched it, I guess close your ears. But Air Green did take down Halcyon Blue 3-1. So Manix and Mello into day number 2. And the other final that was going on, besides the one that we obviously casted before this, was Yep Team versus Air Blue. And it does look like Yep Team, who is BMQS and Simon, were able to take down Air Blue 3-0 is what this looks like. So pretty solid top 8. No matter who comes out from this, it'll be quite interesting. The top 8 teams tomorrow, it's going to be from the first round there, Leechy. It's going to be very close matchups, I'd imagine.
Definitely, yeah. I'm pretty happy with the amount of
he's in the lobby.
Representation. Oh, is he in the lobby? He's
in the lobby.
Okay, hang on. We may have a match to bring you. We're monitoring all of the it is all caps in game chat. All right, this might be good news, ladies and gentlemen. To keep stay tuned. We are very, very happy to be able to, I am pretty sure, to bring this to you. See, right, I'm not crazy, right? There are 4 people on the timing tower. Okay. Buckley's like, I just drove a 10-minute time. Do I win?
His warm-up time was 10 minutes. Pretty fast from Buckley to start things out on Slowdown. Yeah, so I think everybody's ready. I think I do, don't want to talk for admins until somebody gives us the go-ahead, but I do think we have everybody in the lobby. Looks like the players are here. I don't know if everybody is back at their computers necessarily for Air 300, though we are confirming in chat. Either way, it looks like we are on the positive of getting this match started for you all.
Yes.
Give us just another brief moment and we will get that going. So let's talk about it. Now that we're almost assured of having a match here, Leechy, this map is definitely not is definitely not a map that I think you could just give every round to somebody who's super consistent with the identity, as it looks like we are starting. Yes, we are. Map number 5 is underway, and it's so nice to see everybody in the lobby here.
Thank goodness. Yeah, no, it's one that I've commented on before earlier today, where I don't think the identity is super difficult. It's obviously you need to have a certain degree of skill to navigate it quickly, but as long as you slow down, stop you if you heard that one before, you're pretty much fine. So to me, a lot of where this map comes down to with people who are equally skilled at the identity is actually the portions throughout the rest of the map earlier on, because to me there isn't too much of a difference to be seen here. Stokine and Sussy going at it. And, yeah, I mean, both of them took that identity pretty well, and there's not much in it. So it's kind of between Zimmy and Buckley with an 11-second gap. Oh, no, Buckley going super slow uphill. So Zimmy will turn that into a draw. And I feel like, Hunted, I have a feeling it's going to be the first of many. Yeah.
Here we go. Can we get to 10-10 on pure draws? Actually, what would be kind of crazy is if Buckley gets a third and then like Air takes a first and third themselves. I mean, just for the extra drama, you think it's over and then they battle back with one?
It's possible. It's possible.
Well, right now, Buckley giving time to his opponents ahead. As Sussy going to lead the charge into this dirt transition into the bobsleigh. Everybody taking that pretty well. Stoke not too far behind. He's going to try to take that aggressive inside line. Zimmy ends up hitting the sign. That could cost him as Buckley's not too far behind, only 2.5 seconds. But here comes Sussy with a pretty good amount of time ahead of Stoke. It's 5/10 into the identity. Pretty decent here from Stoke, but I don't think he's going to have enough. Oh, he's going to make it close, but he just can't get there. Cuts the lead down to just a 10th, but ultimately finishes second. Zimmy crosses the line in third, and we've got a 2-2 score.
This really truly comes down to whether Sussy makes a mistake and allows Stoke to pass him, or if Zimmy makes a mistake and allows Buckley to pass him. Because I think we are in for draw after draw, as if everybody keeps it as consistent as they're capable of. I think we are looking down the barrel of a draw. Zimmy needs to work now a little bit extra hard to make it past Buckley. Didn't take him too much longer to get that done, though.
Zimmy looked like a Red Bull car passing a Williams right there. Poor Buckley. He's giving it his all, though. Keeping it close, only 2 seconds back. Right now, all eyes on Sussy and Stokine. Oh, he clips the inside of the checkpoint. That's going to give Sussy quite a bit of a lead as Zimmy. Oh, no. He goes well off the track. This is going to cost him a ton of time. Buckley passes, and he will cross the line in third. There's the break they needed. It's 2 points for Trolla, and it's 4-3 Air 300 battling from behind.
There's something so special about Twitch broadcasts and being able to watch it delayed by a couple seconds and then seeing chat's reaction when Buckley stormed past Zimmy, who is facing 90 degrees perpendicular to the road, and chat just explodes. Like, you don't get that anywhere else. I love it.
Oh my goodness. The pop-offs from chat. Big lead here for Stoke. He's got just about 3/10 on Sussy. Zimmy's actually going to pull within about a 10th of Lingo, and now a little bit wide on that turn, but this could be what I was talking about. Could we see the response here from Air 300? Suki needs to keep it on the track. This is a very aggressive line from Sussy. He doesn't quite have the extra speed to catch, but he does have 2 more turns to try. Will he keep it through? It looks like he is going to take first, and there we go. We're tied again at 5.
Oh, man. How Hunted. How did this wind up being one of, if not the most exciting match throughout this entire day that we've been live?
So this is what I wanted to ask you, actually. We kind of got distracted. I wanted to ask you, would you rather be Stoke in this situation or Zimmy? Like, would you rather be chasing down somebody and you have to just win once? Or do you have to be consistent and not lose?
That is an amazing question.
It's a tough question.
I think, quite honestly, I don't know. I think I would rather be Zimmy. Oh, what just happened there?
Yeah,
Sussy, I think, clipped the outside wall. All of a sudden, Air 300 are in an ace.
Whoa.
Oh, my God. What was that?
What happened to
a no
Zimmy?
drift. It must have been. Just completely dove into the inside. Stokine is out there completely by himself. Sussy only about half a second back. Let's see what happens in the identity.
Oh, Buckley, no. Oh, Jimmy goes off. If Buckley can catch up to him.
Oh, Stokine went off as well.
Oh, no.
What is happening?
What is happening? Sussy ends up winning somehow. Stokes going to take second. Buckley is not going to catch Zimmy, I don't believe. Zimmy limps across the line. I don't know what round we just watched, but it's 6-6 regardless. And we need to get these 4 in the TMGL and just have them play every round. They don't play any of the other TMGL teams. They just play against each other.
I'd be down for it.
This is fascinating. This is honestly fascinating.
We'll call it the Air 300 Trolla League, and it's just these 4 players nonstop, week in and week out.
Top 2 teams goes to World. Well, there was a mistake there from Zimmy. He ends up tapping the outside wall. He is going to have Buckley kind of bringing down his neck a little bit here. Sussy with a pretty decent lead. Yeah, extending it now to almost a whole second over Stoke here. 6-6. These draws are really starting to add up. I mean, if we see another draw here, it's literally an ace to win for either team. Sussy is going to take care. He is a little bit slow there, but a mistake from Stoke. Buckley is a bit too far behind, I think, to capitalize on it. That will be Sussy across the line. And Stoke will actually end up in third. And now we have another draw. And we are at 7-7, and I mean, we could see a sudden death ace for either team.
Oh God! The pressure, dude. The pressure.
Who would you rather be? I think if you're Stoke, the pressure's off. You're just driving as hard as you can. If you win one, you're the hero. If it's Zimmy, I mean, you're sweating bullets, man. Like, I cannot mess up. I cannot mess up at all.
Yeah, that's a fair take. I think I'd still rather be Zimmy because I know that I'm not necessarily expected to go up against somebody with the capabilities that Lingo/Sussy has. But you're also right, is that there's a little bit more expectation for Zimmy to put one past Buckley than there is for Stoke to be able to keep up with Sussy, which is, a tall task in its own right.
Again, Sussy with over a 5/10 lead onto Stoke here. Zimmy is not too far behind. And I mean, this is the other thing too. Lingo, talk about consistency personified. I mean, he cannot lose rounds. Like, this strategy only works if he's winning every round.
Yeah.
And he's won this one. Again, we draw. We go to 8-8, and it gets even more dangerous for everybody on the track. And I saw somebody in chat say Buckley's just taking the scenic route. I like that.
Yes, he's enjoying his time here.
I hope we get in stage 2. I hope when we get the new maps, you get the TMGL maps, then you get the easy maps, and then you get the Buckley maps.
Buckley maps.
Just no
what
identity.
What does that mean?
There's just no identity, or it's just you just drive straight. Give him a chance. That's me. He's not doing too bad. Like, I mean, put anybody, anybody who's not like at the top level, put yourself in his shoes right now. He's not doing too bad. A couple mistakes here and there.
Well, hang on. Let's tune into Stoke for a second, because he was like half a tenth away from Sussy for a second, and could have turned this into a win for Air 300, but. It's getting a little bit out of reach at this point. That is going to finish P1 and P2 for Sussy and Stokine, respectively. And it is now 9-9. And I don't know what to think, feel, or say.
Dude, I didn't want to say anything. Buckley put in chat. He clipped on the fireworks. I was watching his POV as he came around that corner. He clipped on the fireworks. I don't know. It's like the tiniest thing.
Oh, Sussy! Sussy clipped.
Oh no!
Oh no! Air 300's in an ace position now. This is going to be extremely difficult. Stoke has been so good. Buckley, no, yet again. Sussy has it all to do. I think we're going to ride on board with Sussy the rest of this time just to see if he's able to pull this one back.
I mean, he's gaining. He's got the speed. He's going to really have to risk it, though, in the identity. How is he catching Stoke so quickly? He's only a couple tenths back. He was a second back last checkpoint. Here he comes. He's still gaining. He might be able to overtake here. And he does. He's in the lead. Can he hold on? Will we go to overtime? You're incredible. Sussy from a second and a half back.
My God.
He comes all the way back, and we're going to overtime.
Put there, ladies and gentlemen. There are no words. How do you do that? How far back was he? He was like 5-6 tenths down. And he pulled that he hunted Air 300 down all by himself. And it's 10-10. It's now sudden death. There was an early mistake there. Who was that? It was Zimmy. Oh, man. Sussy and Buckley now have a shot at making this happen.
What in the world are we witnessing? Buckley is in the lead over Zimmy right now.
Firework again.
Well, right now, Sussy does have only a narrow lead on Stoke. I mean, this is two 1v1s. These 1v1s have to happen. Sussy is leading Stoke right now with us about a tenth over. Buckley does fall behind Zimmy. So now Sussy in a position where he has to win this one again. But Zimmy cannot make a mistake where he opens the door. Although Buckley is dropping back to about 3 seconds back. Here comes Sussy into the identity. Stoke not too far behind him. And again, it just looks like, again, consistency from Lingo. He will cross the line in first. Zimmy is going to come in third. And we go to the next round. It's 11-11. And Buckley still working on the strategy to avoiding the fireworks in the next round.
Dude, this oh my God. The consistency at this point is being tested to, dear Lord, Buckley, you got close to that wall. The consistency here is being tested more than anything, because right now I would say there is a very clear pecking order with how this map has gone. It is Sussy P1, Stokine 2, Stokine 2, Zimmy 3, Buckley 4. If anything about that order changes, this match ends. Yeah, so it is all about maintaining the status quo, which is, I mean, as each round ends, it gets harder and harder to do that as the nerves build.
I just wonder what the comms are between Lingo and Buckley.
Yeah.
You know, Lingo's like, oh, all right, P1. Buckley's like, oh yeah, I'm still stuck on this firework. There we go. Here's another draw. This is insane. I thought we were done. Over. The dream was dead.
Oh my God.
I mean, we already said that this was a classic Trackmania moment. Lingo from a second back to beat two players to continue this game is one of the greatest track moments ever. And then Buckley absolutely buries his face into that wall.
Unfortunate. Listen, sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. You got to do what you got to do.
Hey, man, we've seen crazier things, though. If he can have a good run, and I mean, it's just one mistake. Zimmy tapping that checkpoint. It's not going to lose him too much time. He still has about 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds now over Buckley. But Lingo out in front of Stoke. I mean, just imagine the pressure. The fact that this is on stream, I'm nervous. Like, I'm scared for all of these players. And it's just, I couldn't even imagine. And I mean, this is, you want to make your mark in Trackmania, you want to be known for something. How insanely consistent Lingo has been in the face of some of the craziest amount of pressure that we've seen. I mean, whether you make day 2 or not, you got to give it up for this player, for Lingo, for how great he has been. And we're 13-13, guys. I don't know if this is going to end anytime soon. I hope that you're ready to get settled in. I mean, we could be here a long time. And that's the thing with this with the new format, Lichi, we're playing this track. We're not switching tracks like we used to. We're playing this until it's done. Are there rules in place for like maximum overtime?
I don't think so. Because I don't think it was ever predicted that that 2 teams would finish P1 and 4 and P2 and 3 this consistently over and over and over again. Like, somebody has got to make a mistake at some point. Who it's going to be, I could not tell you it, because that's the thing between these top 3 players, is that the consistency here, that's the thing here as well, is that the longer they play these overtimes, the more exposure. Zimmy, wait a second, so had to respawn, but he's like, okay, yeah, he's got a 10-second gap, he's fine. My heart stopped for a split second there. At this point, each round that goes by, they get more and more experience playing the map, so they get into like this hunting mode, right? Where like you can almost shut your brain off like hunters do, and you just input the same stuff over and over and over again. You can turn it almost into autopilot. So I think if anything, we're staring down the barrel of I don't know. Do we go upwards of like 16 all? I have no idea.
We're very quickly approaching a CSGO match at this point.
Yes, yeah.
We are very quickly approaching that level. And right now, actually, Stoke with a lead. I say that, and Saucy able to battle back, but it is very, very close through the ice bobsleigh portion. And again, if any of the 1v1s go the way that they're not supposed to, this map is over. This is game over. If Stoke beats Sussy, if Buckley beats Zimmy, we are done and dusted here. And again, this is match point. This is game 5. This is to qualify for tomorrow. The pressure is on each and every one of these players. And it looks like Lingo or Sussy on your screen there. Oh, Stoke makes a little bit of a mistake. Not going to cost him too much. Zimmy does maintain his lead, as Buckley did have to respawn. I was going to say he was relatively close, but he just couldn't quite get over that third hump. And here we go. We're 15 all. 15 all. And at this point, we're just hoping that we're done in time for TMGL tomorrow.
You said something before we went to break, something about like making some popcorn. There's no way anyone has any popcorn left at this point. Like everyone is full.
It was tossed. I mean, it was tossed when Lingo made his comeback run. I mean, that's on the ground at this point. And there's no going away either. That's the thing. Like, you can't just walk away for a couple rounds, because who knows what could happen in this matchup. This is absolutely insane, and I'm so glad we're bringing this to you right here on this Trackmania channel. This is fantastic stuff.
I'm seeing reports in chat that people have indeed had time to have a full dinner and come back during this match, and I mean, it's still going.
To be fair, we did have that 10-minute break where Lingo was not playing.
Could
you imagine if we didn't play this map?
Oh my god.
Oh, Stoke got really close there. He had a lot of exit speed on that third hump, but again, just the lead from Lingo, just too much. And here we go, 16-16.
Every time Buckley gets to the finish line, he becomes more of a threat. Just think of it that way. He gets better and better at finishing the track, which means Zimmy is sweating more and more as time goes on.
Well, I mean, at what point do we start, what time is it? It's 8:30 on the East Coast. Where does Lingo live? Is he an East Coast boy?
Good question. I'm not sure.
I mean, at what point does it start getting close to Lingo's bedtime? You start falling asleep.
Yeah.
While playing. Wow, I can't believe this. This feels surreal to me. I can't believe that we're here watching this right now. This is fantastic stuff. And I mean,
hi, Mom. I'm on the news. Hi.
This couldn't have happened at a better time too. Our last track of the day, we wanted to see a map 5. We get one of the most incredible maps that we could ever have asked for. As again, Lingo going to lead Stoke through. Oh, Zimmy, a little bit off his line there, but it's not going to be enough for Buckley to catch up. And Buckley, what did he run that time? That was what, a 103 or so? Maybe a little bit. Yeah, just about a 103. Roughly. So,
do we go to 20? Do we actually go to 20? Chat, let's start making bets. Where does this end?
Yeah,
let's go back, make your predictions, and screenshot it. And I want to see people posting their correct predictions on Twitter if, not when, if this ever ends. But the correct score, like if it's going to be 27-26 or something like that, I want to see all of that. I want to see the one Trackmania prodigy that we have watching this. Stokes very close.
Oh, he's into the sign. I think that just might be it. He made his comeback once before, but I don't know if he has enough time. He's so far back. It's over a second and a half. And the sign might just be the killer. He's going to give it his all. Zimmy is off his line. Needs a mistake from Stoke, but I don't think he's going to get it.
Oh.
And what a valiant effort that ends in an ace for Air 300. GG's unbelievable stuff. It's going to be 20-17. Talk about, you talk about in football, what, score bingo, whatever?
Yeah.
I don't think we're ever going to see a score like this ever again. 20-17, GG's Air 300.
I feel like I just ran a marathon. Like that. Wow. Screenshot what just happened. And if anybody predicted it, please, at HuntedCast, at Leechy Live on Twitter, and please tag Trackmania as well and TME Sports. If anybody predicted that, I want to be your best friend. 20-17. We did not get the Cinderella story that we were looking for Trolla making it all the way through, but GG. GG.
Hey, man.
What a performance.
It'll certainly make a heck of a YouTube video. I mean,
oh my god!
I'm so excited to go back and watch Lingo's comeback from that second deficit to keep things going. But what a valiant performance! Again, everybody involved. I mean, GG's. Thank you for all of the wonderful content. I feel a little bit bad for Air 300. They win this game, but you know that they're going to have nightmares of going to map 5 on slowdown. I don't think they're ever going to want to do that again. But,
probably not. I think they will ban slowdown purely out of PTSD. Like they just don't want to go through that a single time for the rest of their life.
Well, I certainly don't blame them. But folks, that's it. That's what we've got for you today. I mean, talk about a fantastic end. 17 rounds, I think technically. It might have been 18 rounds, 17 rounds, whatever it was. 17 rounds to finish things out there. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure, again, you follow the channel here on Trackmania. We are going to have the Day 2 broadcast tomorrow, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern here for this NCSA Regional. Again, TMGL is tomorrow as well. Make sure you catch that. And, yeah, what a great opening weekend for Trackmania Esports, man. This has been fantastic. Thank you, Leechy, again, for being in the booth with me, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure. I was also happened to be the button pusher, and nothing exploded today. So thank God. Everything. I believe everything sounded pretty good and looked pretty good too. The last thought running through my mind: can you imagine if this was a match that was happening in the middle of the day? And we had a match after this that got extended? I would feel so bad for those players. Thankfully, that wasn't the case.
Well, that's what I said. That's perfect timing for this. What a great way to send us off. But anyway, thank you again so much for watching. We will be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern time, right here on the Trackmania channel. Make sure you follow, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks again.